Attention wrestlers, if you are a semi-finalist and haven't done your skin check today, please head on over to the pool area at this time. If you're a semi-finalist and haven't done your skin check today, head on over to the pool area at this time. Sam Patera's a mat 3. Trainer to mat 3. to the head table. Mike Blackburn to the head table. Attention, we need a fly low coach to mat 2. A fly low coach to mat 2. Attention semi-finalist wrestlers. At the conclusion of these last two Consi matches, you are welcome to warm up on matches 1, 2, and 3 at the conclusion of these two Consi matches. 2, and 3. Also, Thomas Fletcher, please make your way to the t-shirt table. Thomas Fletcher to the t-shirt table.
Yeah, tensions is definitely rising. Teed up right now. Tea time. Tea time. Tea time, tea time, tea time. Tea time like I got a cup of it. Tea time like I'm for a 5:45. I love it. I'm a regular. Famous flavor, they stay on my 100 new journalists in Paris. You talk to the cops, it's a therapy. Yeah, I think your love is a miracle. But really, the truth is you're scared of the six. Yeah, you're scared of the six. Yeah, you're scared of the six. Your bodyguard put in some work on the feet. Like you wanna go and they hear it. Don't talk to the boy about comparison. But come on, the blood so arrogant. The weapons we got is so terrible. The TV producers we got. You hear me? She asked me for both of her parents. I told her I don't have any cash. She said she could pay on the offer so arrogant. I put out a little in the stereo. Just not all cause I'm buying just it. My schedule is out. I'm spending some real. Like all I still in the narrative. She's out. We've been walking up. Found out that inheritance. Since we not around, the news the home. The movie ain't not even around. I'm coming to work with my parents. I'm coming to work with my parents. You're lucky that vote as soon as it's out. Then the boss is a garrison.
Attention with the 106th and 113-pound weight classes. Please make their way to the bullpen at this time. 106 and 113-pound weight classes. Please make their way to the bullpen at this time. Attention wrestlers and fans. The only places you are permitted today are the gym and the commons. If you're found anywhere else in the school, you'll be asked to leave immediately. Again, if you're found anywhere else other than the commons or the gymnasium, you'll be asked to leave immediately. Thank you. time, attention, wrestlers and coaches, please clear the mats. Please clear the mats.
Well, my goodness gracious, let me tell you the news. My head's been wet with the midnight dew. I've been down on bended knee, talking to the man from Galilee. He spoke to me with a voice so sweet, I thought I heard the shuffle of angels' feet. He called my name and my heart stood still. When he said, John, go do my will. Go tell that long-tongued water, go and tell that midnight rider, tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter, tell him that God's gonna cut him down, tell him that God's gonna cut him down. You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Sooner or later, God cut you down. Sooner or later, God cut you down. Well, you may throw your rock, hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow man. But as sure as God made black and white, what's done in the dark will be brought to the light. You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Sooner or later, God cut you down. Sooner or later, God cut you down. Go tell that long-tongued liar, go and tell that midnight rider, tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter, tell him that God's gonna cut you down. Tell him that God's gonna cut you down. Tell him that God's gonna cut you down.
Attention fans and wrestlers, just a heads up. Semis are on match 1 and 2. Consi third round on mat 3. Semis are on match 1 and 2. Consi third round on mat 3.
Jackson Butcher, Indian Valley, for his 150th career win.
337, we will start the consolation semifinals, otherwise known as the blood round, on every single match. Starting at 337, the consolation semifinals will begin. The blood round on every match. return to Metro Stadium. Sean Crozier to the head table. Sean Crozier to the Crozier. ladies and gentlemen, we will see you back in 20 minutes. 20 minutes for the finals.
Welcome live inside the Crimson Center on the campus of Steubenville High School. We're getting set for the championship round of the Ohio Division II District Tournament. Steubenville Big Red leads the team standings. There is some of the hardware that will be handed out afterwards. Big Red in a tight race for the team lead, 133.5 points to Beaver Local with 126.5 points. Big Red with 4 in the finals. Beaver with 4 in the finals. Big Red sending 6 to state. Beaver 5 to state at last count. Indian Valley in third with 101. Rob Metzger along with Smitty, Mike Smith, back again after the sectional last week. Excited for what should be a fun afternoon to wrap up what's been a great 2 days of wrestling here.
Oh, this has been some awesome wrestling. It got loud in here. I love district time. It gets so exciting. Get in that blood round. As you see, read those top 3 teams here at the district. My first thought is all 3 of those top 3 teams were in the sectionals last week. So that just shows you how tough that sectional was here down at Steubenville Big Red. So, and this district living up to the name as well. And it's been some awesome wrestling. But there's going to be some really good wrestling here. We got another 1 versus 2 in the state at 157 with Brody and the Sheridan wrestler, Colton Reedy. And then we got the rematch of Loudon Dixon and Jake Hughes from last week. That's going to be another awesome wrestling matchup. So all kinds of good wrestling right here, man.
Absolutely. We get 3 rematches from the sectional finals here in Steubenville last week that will be contested, including our first match of the championship round at 106 pounds, where we have Justice Fisher of Beaver Local, the senior, going up again against Indian Valley freshman Bodie Raymond. Fisher now 33-8. Raymond 24-4. Fisher, major decision 13-1 last Saturday here. It's a senior versus a freshman.
It was close early, but then the Beaver Local boys started pulling away, and it was just too much for the freshmen. So, but that's awesome to see these guys rematching, coming back all the way through that bracket. Like I said, that Steubenville sectional is a tough sectional, and it's going to be a nice rematch. Listen, I've seen a couple rematches today that went the other way.
Some interesting ones, and you talk about the rematch. 175 pounds to go to state. You got Landon Crozier earlier defeating Cole Porter. Porter beat Crozier in the sectional final. Crozier gets to go to state now because of his win that we got to see just a little bit ago streaming on the other rounds here.
Well, that was a good example of that kid gave Landon some confidence. Landon was losing 15-4, ended up losing 18-16. Gave him some confidence out of the match, and you got to be careful doing that. But here we start here at 106. Again, we got Indian Valley versus Beaver Local in a rematch of last week's sectional final.
Justice Fisher, the senior, 8th at state in 2024, ranked 7th. 2-time sectional champion now. And Raymond, the freshman, the IVC champion, ranked 10th in the state, according to the Dubstat rankings that we were checking out earlier.
Well, one thing about wrestling is once you wrestle a guy once, wrestling has a lot to do with what a guy feels like and getting a feel for a guy. So definitely the advantage to the Indian Valley wrestler for the fact that he has, nice shot, nice single leg, got it up in the air. He's trying to park him on his butt. He does. Got to keep his butt down on the mat. Got to let him get his hips out. You got to keep that butt down the mat. And no points coming out of that. You got to circle out, so we call for stalling. Got to watch with the new rule right here. We can get this might get a takedown. There it is. There it is.
They got it.
Yep. He stopped wrestling on the edge of the mat, and with that the new rule, that wrestling mat literally is about. It's at least 75 to 100 square foot bigger. So. You had 3 foot all the way around that thing. That's a big mat.
And you get 3 points now for the takedown, so it's really changed the game like we talked about last week.
Yeah, it's really changed the way, from a coach's standpoint and a wrestler, but from a coach's standpoint, just a lot of things you would traditionally do, pick down maybe in certain positions. Now, if you're getting these easy, if you're taking the guy down easy, you got to go on your feet and get that 3-point takedown, because that's a lot of points.
The upper left mat on your screen is the third place match between Coleman of Zanesville and Broadwater of Carrollton. Ingram of East Liverpool and Sandoval of Maysville wrestling for 5th in the bottom left. Wrestling for 5th, you're trying to be an alternate at the state tournament.
Yeah, the Zanesville wrestler, just kudos to that boy. What awesome adversity, and what a great sport to be able to, literally have no legs and be able to still compete at this highest level. It's awesome.
He's wrestling on the upper left corner of your screen right now. We saw him last week at the sectional tournament. Fared very well.
Yeah, there's a great movie out right now called Unstoppable that is out on, you can find it. Unstoppable. It's about Anthony Robles, born with one leg, won a national championship. So inspirational. So cool to see that. So again, back to the second period here, and we got a 1 count. If he'd got 2 swipes, that'd have been 2 points for the Beaver local wrestler who's winning 3-0. It was close, but no cigar on that. So he's got a good one-on-one. Looks like an outside one-on-one. Let's keep it a tight waist. Now he's got that far wrist. Doing a good job. Nice ride on top. Indian Valley wrestler's got to get his head up and his back straight and get to his feet. Yeah, you got to get your head up. Can't wrestle with your head down. Man, it's such a huge rule in wrestling. Just that rule of thumb, just always head when you're on the bottom, just to get your head up and your back straight. You see another attempt. He almost had his head up and back straight right there, but he's back to being flat. He needs to bring that knee up, knee slide up, get to his base. He's got an arm bar put on him now. Really needs to stay on his base. Can't go flat here. I don't really agree with that at all. I thought the top wrestler was being pretty active.
So they'll head back to the center here. A minute to go in the second period with Justice Fisher of Beaver Local leading Indian Valley freshman Bodie Raymond.
Yeah, he's wrestling. Bodie's wrestling a lot better than he did last week for sure. He just can't give any bad back points up here. No quick 2 count and he gets down 5-0. He's having a hard time coming back. 3-0. It's still anybody's match. So we've done a 45 second second period. He has to get out of here. He has to get to his feet. Top wrestler now has to stay busy because he got hit with that bum stall call. He's out. His hips are out, but his left arm dragging. You got to clear your arms when you get out. Back right to where he started. He didn't clear out left arm.
25 seconds.
This is trouble. Nice job. Get to his feet. Stay up. He's going to get 1 right here. Good job.
Escape 3-1.
Yeah, that's big. Man, if he can get a takedown here, that's how you steal matches. Takedown right here, end of the period, 2 seconds left. He needs to stay in the middle, pull that thing back to the middle of the night, club him across the head right now. He's lift. Nope, he ain't getting this. So close.
Time's up in the second period, so we go to the third with Justice Fisher now leading 3-1. A reminder that the top 4 placers are headed to the state tournament in Columbus. Those top 4 have now been decided. Now you're battling for placement, and it's a big difference between finishing 3rd and 4th when you're talking about what's going on that upper left mat.
Yeah, nobody wants a district champ. I mean, not that a district runner-up's not tough, but Nobody wants a district champ. And, next thing you know, that district champ's the guy ranked 1 in the state or something. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, you don't want 4th place. But, I've seen some strange things happen. I love this time. I love this time of the year. It's just, man, it's all about getting a pass. My junior year, I got 4th in districts and I placed 5th in the state tournament. I beat our district champ in the blood round to place. And man, I love that I did that. And love that I have that story because I think that, man, that is just that district champ looked over me. He was looking on to the next match, and I don't know. I guess that was where that was a good day.
It was a good day for. Here we go. Still 3-1 Fisher.
He's going to get a locked hands here.
Got
Call
a minute.
On red. Now we're 3-2.
3-2.
No, it was on the Indian Valley wrestler.
All right, 4-1. 4-1. Fisher in front of Raymond. A minute to go in the third period of this district championship matchup. Fisher, the senior, Raymond, the freshman.
He's going to have to go for something big.
Sandoval won the 5th place match out of Maysville.
Got to keep circling. Really needs to be working into an overhook position. He's down 5-1, 43 seconds left. He's got to get something feet the back.
On the left, 3rd place match. Broadwater out of Carrollton, your 3rd place winner.
Okay, nothing. He's got covered. So he need to put a leg in. He had an opportunity to put a leg in. Could have stole that. Now, he needs to get that left leg. He got to sneak a left leg in there somehow, or If he was longer, he could throw that right leg of his in all the way. There's almost. He's got to get underneath that right there. He's got to step over a foot. You got to step over a foot. You got to trap a foot. Nothing. There's 3. That's 3. All right. Man,
5-4, 10 seconds.
Got to get it clear. You got to let him clear.
Kind of indecisive there. 4 seconds.
Boom. Man.
1 second on the clock. 6
Good job.
to 4.
He's closing the gap. The freshman wrestled tough. Nice match.
6-4 your final. And Justice Fisher, your district champion at 106 pounds. But like you said, Raymond continuing to gain confidence as he heads to the state tournament.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you never know. Next thing you know, you're wrestling this guy in the blood round, and it's for real. You're like, all right, 3rd time's a charm. And just truly at that point, a lot of times, the advantage to the guy who's been losing. Yeah, we got one of the Big Red wrestlers coming out here wrestling for 3rd and 4th. Cole Harvey, man, what a season for him this was a good paycheck for him right here to be making it to the state tournament. He's wrestling tough. Love to see him get 3rd out of here and on to get that pass and on to next week in Columbus. You never know.
Never know.
Big Red getting 6 guys out. Very impressive.
Absolutely. They lead the team standings headed into this championship round. 113-pound matchup here. It's Bronco Braun of Indian Valley, Cale Loudermilk of Carrollton, a pair of sophomores going head-to-head.
Yeah, Loudermilk and myself go way back. Kyle's been coming to he's been coming down to our room since, he's probably been 6 years old. His dad, John, just been driving him all over the country to wrestle. He's a tough kid, puts in a lot of time.
45-6 is Loudermilk now, ranked 9th in the state. Braun 38-2, ranked 3rd. Won the sectional here last.
Yeah, this was an interesting matchup. These guys both the same age. Cale's a little longer. Braun a little stockier. I feel like he was pretty defensive. A nice shot there by Loudermilk. Got to keep his head up. Nice job. His head's up. Comes to his feet. Nice finish. Nothing yet. Back foot. Drive forward. Boom. Ah, man, you got to keep that back foot. Going for the head. I like that. Chasing the head. Here's about to get 3 and backs. I think that's 3.
There it is. Loudermilk scores first, 3-0.
Deep cradle. Strong guy, though. Early in the match, he's still got some good energy to fight this thing off, but brings up a good point of just this will wear you out. Fighting off a cradle this early in the match. Still 33 seconds. Cale can still do something with this. Oh, come on, ref. I don't know about that.
Not an easy job, right? But
yeah, I think he was just fine.
3-0. 113-pound championship.
Nice tight waist. Driving him over the hard arm, getting to the elbow. Nice job. Going to that bar. It's a good ride. Going to he gets a ooh. Yikes.
Reverse.
Man, that could have been bad.
3-2 now.
He had the old thread. The needle was threaded. Yeah, Braun was tough last week in sectionals on top. So we're 3-2 after that first. Nice first period.
Yeah, Braun beat Jackson Scharfenberg of Creek in that sectional final 18-3.
Yeah.
Loudermilk was the sectional champion at Claymont with a pin in the championship round.
Yeah, these are two state placers right here. If these guys can wrestle tough next week, these guys definitely can make the podium. 2 of the top 8 kids in the state of Ohio. This is Division 2. I know we got some other districts going on. Division 3 guys.
In Coshocton.
Yep, trying to. There's a lot of Valley guys chasing that state championship this year, so that's good stuff.
3-2 your score here. We got
he's
one.
out.
Yep.
Ends up in a bar. I like that. It was
It gives
awesome.
2 to Loudermilk. 5-2 now with a minute 30 and rolling.
Put that shoulder in his ear. Back to his tight waist and let him go. So we're 5-3. Minute 20 left, second period.
Edwards of Claymont won the 5th place match. 3rd place match on your left.
It looks like it's 8-1, the Logan Elm wrestler. 12-1.
12-1. Hudson from Logan Elm leading Harvey of Big Red. In the championship match here, it's Braun and Loudermilk. Loudermilk at Carrollton leading 5-3.
Nice shot again. Nice change of his level. Needs to park him on his butt. Up. Needs to come up. Needs to come up. Don't want to stay down there. Come up. Yep, that's a boy. Yeah, you don't want to stay down there. It's going to get a stalemate. Then it's going to get potentially dangerous on that knee. That's why you want to come up. Come all the way up to your feet. Did all that good work. Now he wants to sit to his butt. Get to his butt. Sit. 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 He's not sitting. Now he's going to try to cut across his head. He's not in terrible position, but it's going to end up in a stalemate.
15 seconds.
Now he's going to get to his butt. Yep, just like that. Yep, get to his butt and turn into him real hard. Oh, this is 2. That's 3. There it is. Nice job.
As it hits 0.
That's awesome.
Loudermilk scoring at the end of that second period. We got 8-3.
That's how you steal matches, secure matches, those late points. Then it's like in football, you know, getting those late points at the end of half, end of a half or such. Just little bonus points.
Hudson of Logan Elm won that third place match against Harvey from Steubenville. Again, both those wrestlers headed to state. Harvey will be a 4 seed, will face another district champ.
Yeah, that's when you start cross your fingers that hopefully it's the worst district champ. If there is such a thing, sometimes that's a Peterson. That's a Peterson 2 right there.
8-5.
Now he needs to not give up any backs. He's still going to forward. He's still in good shape. He's on the edge of the mat. That's a nice Peterson.
So back to the center. Loudermilk leading 8-5 over Indian Valley's Bronco Braun.
Okay, so we're going to go neutral. Guess I already put the 9-5. Kales had 2 nice shots to Braun's right leg outside singles. I just think he's going to have better luck if he brings him up to the mat. That's that same nice shot. He does a really nice job changing his lever. He's going to re-attack. Nice shot. Same shot. And on that same leg, needs to keep his hip up. Now he needs to get his hip up, or his head up. Head up, get 2 hands on a leg somehow, some way. Gotta watch him get put in the cradle. Gotta keep his elbow down right there on that far side. Ooh, settle right there. Good job.
Loudermilk out to the lead, 12-5.
He smells the blood in the water now. Kale's a vet. He's been wrestling a long time. He's got to watch out Peterson again, though. Peterson's up there. He comes. He's trying it again right there. He's trying a little hook and roll. See a lot of that at the more upper weights. The bigger the guys get, the more you see those hook and rolls. This wrestler also likes. He's going to give him. There's the 1. No, nothing on the 3 yet. 12-6. He's going to cover that. He needs to put a boot in, put a leg in. We're 9 seconds. Kale don't really care even if he, maybe. Nope, no takedown. Good job.
Kale Loudermilk, Carrollton District Champion. For head coach Joe McGee. 12-6 the final.
Awesome. Nice job. First guy at Pinstripes to win.
Look at the replay from the match here. As Loudermilk was doing work.
Yeah, right here you can see he gets as soon as he gets to his butt, right? Boom. Got to his butt, and there it was, man. And he just settled right in. That kid tried a little gator roll, and Kale just settled in. The rest was a smart match.
All right, let's get set now for the 120-pound championship matchup. Maddox Lehman of the Sheridan Generals against Tristan Eccles, representing the OVAC and the East Liverpool Potters. Christian Eccles at 42-1, the only loss coming in the OVAC championship. And Lehman, a freshman, at 45-3. A sectional champ and MVL champ via pin, ranked 2nd in the state.
Yeah, I heard good stuff about this kid. Yeah, a freshman, but he's moving forward, and looks like confidence is on his side because he has already fired off 2 or 3 attacks. Eccles just has to stay in good position. So he's working an underhook and don't really have head position on that thing. Sheridan wrestler has head position on that overhook. Eccles now has head position, so now he needs to, both these guys fighting for a little head position there. Nice snap, nice ankle pick, no points.
Lehman 45-3. Eccles was 7th at state last year at 113 pounds, ranked 5th in Ohio in Division II.
Nice re-attack there by Eccles. Oh, nice re-attack there by the Sheridan wrestler. Nice wrestling. The Sheridan coach wants to see this ref wrestle a little bit more with the new rule. Nice re-attack by Eccles. Probably see his mat go a little bit bigger now that the Sheridan coach has made it a point. He expects that. So Eccles, nice re-attack in. Nice, good job. His butt to the center. Nice job.
Third place match on the upper left corner of your screen. The 5th place match on the bottom left.
You guys are pretty even so far. Lots of re-attacks, which is pretty awesome to see. Yep, there's another re-attack from Eccles right there. Nothing. Seatbelt ends up on the edge of the mat here. Nice job. Both these guys love their re-attacks. I love that. Two guys both re-attacking each other. That's exciting.
We're getting some good action here.
Yeah, you'll see as soon as one wrestler takes a shot, a lot of times the other one looks, that's the first time Eccles hasn't taken, ooh, Eccles starting to slow down a little bit. As you see, he didn't take a reshot. And then next thing you know, I think the Sheridan wrestler probably noticed that, which kind of says that, man, he's losing his legs just a little bit. So hopefully Eccles can get it back here. 10 seconds left and he's an escape. Just to his feet. Nothing.
2 seconds, and the first period comes to a close. Lehman with that late takedown, leading 3-0 over Eccles of East Liverpool here in the 120-pound championship matchup.
Yeah, these guys will maybe see each other again next week. 2 and 5 in the state, that's pretty high for sure. So these guys, when in doubt, will run back into each other next week as well. But again, like I said, just wrestling is so big. I'm just getting a feel for a guy.
Got the escape. 4-0, Lehman. Sheridan with a strong program. Sent 9 here to the district under head coach Caleb Bennett.
Okay. Ooh, nice takedown. Yeah, I was going to give a little shout out to your guy, Moss. What a good guy in your business, man. I don't even know what he does now. He's like the guy behind the scenes. But wherever he's at, whatever he's doing.
He does it all. Brian Moss does it all.
Does he? That's what I'm thinking, man. He's like the guy, man. Who was Batman's guy?
Robin?
Well, Robin. I thought they had like a boss, though. No boss? Did Batman have a boss? If so, it was Moss.
7-0 here, Lehman.
Yeah, he's controlling this match for sure. This guy, this kid got a shot to be an Ohio State champ. He's ranked 2, doing this to the number 5 guy.
And a freshman.
Yeah, good wrestler right here. We'll probably be calling this guy's match in the district finals here in 2 years, if I had to say. Because as everybody knows, every other year we go down to Galleon Academy, which is all the way.
It's a long trip, and they're saying the same thing about coming up here.
Yeah. It's a long drive.
Gallia Academy.
At least we got hotels, though.
Gallia Academy hosted 2 of the sectionals this past weekend,
which was interesting. I was very surprised by that. That's pretty interesting to host 2 sectionals.
Claymont hosted another, and then of course the one here at the Crimson Center.
Very nice school, though. I will definitely say that's a very nice school.
Beautiful gym.
Yeah, it is nice. Just like the Crimson, though. I mean, you come here to the Crimson Center. I don't know how you don't. I mean, look at this is a good atmosphere to watch some wrestling.
And remember, in the first day they utilized the 2 gyms. They used this one and the Wells Academy gym here, down the hallway a bit, up the stairs.
It's the old. Remember, you heard of the Kiwanis? Remember the Kiwanis wrestling tournament? That's where that thing used to go down. That was a good tournament back in the day.
We're headed to the third period. 10-0 Lehman of Eccles.
10-0. Yeah, Eccles got to be working for the pin. That's the equalizer in wrestling. You know, I talked about last week of just something awesome about the sport of wrestling. You know, you get to 15, you lose. That's a tech fall if you're losing by 15 points at any point in the match. So, but you could be losing 14-0 and pin a guy. I've seen it happen, and man, make your jaw drop. Especially if you're the kid's dad who was winning 14-0. Your jaw really drops.
Third place match, upper left corner. Dickerson of Miami Trace in control there. Fifth place match between Counts of Athens and McGar of Claymont on the bottom left. And in the championship match here, featured, it's freshman Maddox Lehman of Sheridan, 10-0 lead.
Nice shot, nice
Eccles.
takedown. You got to get this for confidence. No.
1:17 left in the third period.
Yeah, the Sheridan wrestlers done a great job just moving forward the whole match, controlling the center. It's tough.
McGar of Claymont won that fifth place match.
Yeah, this weight class, that's a good wrestler from Claymont. I was very surprised to see him wrestling over there from 5th and 6th. Shows you the depth of this weight class. $55 seconds left to go. And Eccles, he really needs to be looking, got to get into an overhook situation. He's got Josh Stansberry in the corner, so Josh could head and arm anybody from anywhere. Ooh, okay, there you go. At least tried something. Josh Stansberry, I don't know if you know this, Mets. You know, he was on the UFC contender. He was on the contender.
I do recall that, yes, I do.
Yeah, man, he actually won a little bit of money, if I'm not mistaken, and just got some people's attention. I feel like he fought so tough that he lost, and they still gave him money because he just laid it all out. He went East Liverpool style up there. Had a good career. Josh fought some tough guys. That's the pinnacle of cage fighting for sure. You say you fought in the UFC, you're a tough cookie.
No doubt about that. I mean, working over there in the corner with head coach Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, 2 East Liverpool wrestlers coached by Scott Heemstra. 13-0. That is a dominant performance by this freshman.
Maddox Lehman.
Good luck to him, man. Next week, trying to get that 4-state title. That's some special stuff, being able to do that as a freshman.
You
get that way one way. Lots of time. You don't just. Nobody's naturally built for this sport. I mean, maybe really, nobody who excels in a sport does not put so many hours and minutes and seconds into this sport. It's so much time, but so rewarding.
Maddox Lehman of Sheridan heads to the state tournament as a district champion. 13-0 the final. Christian Eccles of East Liverpool. We look again at his match here. Some of the highlights.
Yeah, he was doing good firing off those reshots early. Tried a little throw right there, but that wrestler that freshman just is a tough cookie.
126-pound championship matchup. It's a senior Travis Bucklew of Vinton County, 31-5, taking on Carter Abella of Maysville, a sophomore, 34-7. He was second at the sectional, was Abella out of Maysville. Lost to Niall Obule at the sectional out of Claymont.
Niall's tough. So let's talk about that again. The wrestler that's in the finals.
And Niall's wrestling for third right now.
Oh, and so one of these guys lost to Niall. Okay, that's how it goes.
In the sectional, Abella lost to Niall. Now Niall's wrestling for third. In this tournament, Abella did not face Niall Obule, but worked his way to the final here.
Well, that's just a good example. He probably just liked, he probably got a good spot in that bracket. Sometimes, I hate to say this, but I mean, you might win at sectionals, and literally, I've seen it so many times. You kind of wish you lost. You're like, man, that guy, he got a better draw than me, and he lost. It's computer generated. It's just luck of the draw. You just got to roll with it.
So Bucklew of Vinton County.
I've never heard of Vinton County.
It's down in southeast Ohio, somewhat or in the Athens area.
Man. First time ever seen a wrestler from there, so that's awesome.
He's a two-time state placer, 7th at 113 as a sophomore. 8th at 126 as a junior.
Good for him.
And he
Nice finish. He heard you.
going to work.
Yeah, that's nice. Got to bury that elbow a little bit more, though. That was good, but that right elbow right there, see how he's got it buried? He needs to sit back or whatever, but you got to keep it buried in there. You got to pop out, then just roll through.
Now, Bucklew
Just got to let him go.
beat Obule in the semifinals, 3-0. Of course, Obule, strong wrestler out of Claymont.
Yeah, his dad, Sky, puts together a club called 922, does lots of traveling, does lots of good stuff for the kids. So Sky, an old tough district runner-up, lost to Lukey Spencer, actually, in the district finals back in 1998. But he's here, and that's his boy wrestling. It's so rewarding, see your kid take to the sport and excel like Niall has.
And back home at Claymont after we saw him here in the sectional last year with Indian Valley.
Yeah, he went back to the pinstripes, and that's how those guys do it sometimes. They switch back and forth. Nice mat return. There's 3. Nice job.
Obule's match on the upper left corner for third place. He leads
3-2.
3-2, I believe.
Yeah, that just shows you how close. Think about how close this weight class is. Here's the guy winning right now, 6-1. He beats Niall 3-0. The guy on the bottom loses to Niall. Now this guy, Niall and that guy are 3-2. Very close weight class. It's just one takedown decides these big matches. So you just have to stay in good position, though, and just stay focused for the whole 6 minutes. You can't lose any focus. That's easier said than done.
And Bucklew leads this one 6-1.
He's working a little banana split, they call that right there. He's got the leg in. That's a hard move to get, but some guys are really stalemate, really effective with it, but you'll get a lot of stalemates. Refs don't want to see that. Either going to score with it or we're going to stalemate and start over.
And a pin over there for third place. And it's Miami Trace with the win. Stuckey. Six to 1 here on the championship map. Bucklew leading Abella.
Yeah, that too bad there. But again, this weight class is pretty even, Steven, and tough. So got to fight to live another day.
Again, both those wrestlers will head to state. Obule will be a 4 seed out of this district. Will face someone else's district champion.
Yeah, we're 6-1 here. Yeah, again, you can think about it. The guy who's winning 6-1 here beat now 3-0, and then there's now getting 4th place. Matchups and styles is such a real thing. Nice job. So he has that elbow buried this time right in the thigh. So that's why that wrestler's not able to roll through. So way better job on that tilt this time. Shows the ref his hands, gets his points. Now he gets that far wrist back. He's going to go again.
He gets 4. It's 10-1 now.
Yep, a new point system. Yeah, see, this is how matches get. It was 6-1. Now it's 10-1. He scores this. Now you're 13-1. One more takedown, tech fall. So I'm just saying 2 more takedowns right now. Got ahead of myself a wee little bit. But no, this can go the other way. He needs it. This is a weird position for a ref. So potential danger. There it is on the knee. As a bottom wrestler, that's almost what you start working for, is potentially dangerous. Smart wrestler.
Ligleitner of Warren leading the 5th place match over Rose of Cambridge, 8-0. That's the match on the left-hand side of your screen right now. Battling for a alternate spot at the state tournament.
Yeah, it's odd to call Warren an Ohio Valley team. I'm glad they've really been.
We'll see one of the wrestlers in the championship round, Aiden Strawler, an OVAC champion later.
That's awesome.
Oh, it is Bucklew again.
Yeah, it's really cool to see those guys get in. I mean, another one of Warren Locals wrestlers wrestles for Ohio U. He was an All-American last year. Don't think he's wrestling in the postseason. I don't know what went on as far as injury or what, but he was an All-American last year at Ohio University. No points yet. Needs to get his right arm around the waist. There it is. There's a 13-6. 21 seconds left, second. I don't know. Like I said, with the new point system,
still a lot of wrestling to go. You get 2 more minutes to go. So.
It's like freestyle wrestling, Freestyle, you score points easy. Nobody's ever out of the match. I just feel like that's how high school wrestling has gotten with the 4-point near fall and 3-point takedown. Especially if you got, if that bottom wrestler's out of gas. 13-6. Whose choice is it? He's going down.
$13-6 headed to the third. We're on the 126-pound championship matchup. Coming up next will be 132 between Hunter Hinkle of New Lexington and Cannon Smith of Maysville. Another Maysville wrestler to follow Abella's match here.
About to be 2. You just got to get step up a little bit. There it is, 2. So 15-6, as a reversal is only 2. So 15-7 with 1:27 left to go. Gets to escape, makes it 15. No, didn't give him the points yet.
Got about a minute to go in this match.
Stalemate. Tough to score on this this wrestler in the red here. He's a tough guy to score on. You got to really hide your ankles with him. Such a new. That's like one of the. That is the awesomest thing about wrestling is just how much as wrestling evolves, and how that happens is, guys will get it. Everybody's always working on a counter, something that couldn't be stopped last year. Everybody works on a counter, and wrestling just keeps evolving. Look, that's a shin wizard. You see how he has a hold of his own shin. His arm's trapped in there. Ooh, nothing.
Still got a foot in.
Yep, now he's on the inside of that leg. So he's on the inside of that leg. He's not going to score to nothing.
We'll head back to the center with 31 seconds left.
That's what it takes. You have to wrestle smart. That wrestler winner right now is wrestling a very smart match. That so frustrates the Maysville wrestler has to be so frustrated. He's been so close to scoring so many times.
20 seconds and counting here, and Vinton County's Travis Bucklew, a 2-time state placer, is headed back to state, and he's going to be headed back to state this time as a district champion. As the clock is almost going to hit 0.
Did it again. He's a crafty guy. He's a hardy guy to score on.
15-7.
Nice job, nice match. Good luck to that guy becoming a 3-time placer. He deserves it.
A couple more looks at the match here on the replay before we head to the 132-pound championship matchup.
It's a good mat return. Runs him over. Couple back points. Nice job.
132-pound championship matchup. It's a rematch of a sectional final at Gallia Academy. It's Hunter Hinkle of New Lexington taking on Cannon Smith of Maysville. Smith pinned Hinkle in the sectional final in the first period. 41 wins and 44.
Yeah, this will probably be another trilogy. These guys.
Smith of Chillicothe, excuse me. Yes,
okay.
It is a rematch.
Smith's big. I think I remember watching him last year at districts. I was very impressed with him. Can you see him moving forward? Gotta be careful with that, for sure, because you could get tossed up into the bleachers. But short, little choppy steps, moving forward. Ooh, nice leg attack. There it is. Nice job by the New Lex wrestler. Ooh. Nice wrestling.
Hinkle.
That's some good wrestling right there.
New Lex against Chillicothe. Smith 44-1 on the season.
Yeah, man, that was some great defense by the new Lex wrestler. Working on that hard collar. See the new Lex coaches over there on the green corner rug.
David Ratliff, the head coach of the Panthers.
These guys, okay, new Lex, looks like he's came to wrestle. Maybe he got caught last week in that final. Maybe, you never know. Again, maybe he got caught and pinned, but he's wrestling tough here today.
Hinkle's pinned all 3 of his opponents here at the district. Now sitting at 41-8 on the season.
Nice double leg attempt. Reshot by Smith. Slide by attempt by new Lex. Ooh, that's trouble.
Ooh.
Yeah, he let his hips get way too far underneath him. Can't do that. Oh, more trouble. This is probably what happened before. Wrestling tough, let his hips get underneath him, got himself in trouble, match over. So this match is about to be over.
Camden Smith, Chillicothe looking for a pin.
Yeah, I think he's going to get
24 seconds in this period
Arch,
remain.
it's over. This guy is fighting. Whoa. Whoa.
10 seconds.
Man, what a fight.
Hinkle certainly battling.
Oh, let him go, ref. Give him a pass. Give him a pass, ref. Give him a pass. Good job.
We move to the
Man.
second period.
Kudos to that new Lex guy.
Hunter Hinkle staying alive.
He's staying alive. We call that saved by the whistle. 7-0.
Smith
Yeah,
with
he let
7.
his hips get way too far underneath. I mean, he just got ran over.
Again,
That's
in the
a good
sectional,
base.
Smith the pin in the first period.
I don't know what the new Lex coach could be questioning, other than should be saying thanks.
The third place match, upper left of your screen, at our Logan Elms Hoover, leading Keene out of Cambridge 13-6, but Keene's making some moves right now. Remember, we saw Keene in the sectional final with that quick pin here at 132 pounds. The fifth place match, bottom left hand of your screen, Indian Valley, Braun.
I'm so curious what's going on right now.
There's a discussion on the mat. We're up above.
New Lexes I'm seeing here, I'm pretty impressed. It looks like 32, 38, and 44 right in a row all made the finals. You know, that's how wrestling goes. You know, you got drill partners just pushing each other, and just you'll always see consistent weight classes straight ahead at the state tournament. So kudos to New Lex and these three boys.
Yeah, Tyson Spicer's up next at 138, and Harrison Ratliff at 44, who'll be going up against Cooper Smith.
The fact these refs are still talking, that tells me the new Lex coach had a great point.
Here's a look at the replay.
I have no clue.
Not sure what exactly they were discussing, but this is some of the action from that late first period.
Man, can't wait to find out what that was. Weird. Thought everything was pretty cut and dry. So neutral going by Smith. Oh, now I see. He gave him 4 more sets of back points. I didn't think he was up 11-0. I thought it was only 7-0.
So it is 11. That's what he just added some more.
Man, yeah, that could have been a real thing. Yeah, look, it's 14-0. You really think that? I don't like that. He's exactly right. I don't think those were 2 separate sets of back points. I think it was all the same. I'd have to really go back and look at that. Yeah, 14-1, that's a tough deficit to come up. That's such a perfect example of, I mean, look, that kid just got tech fouled. He really wasn't, I mean, he wrestled not too bad.
No, not at all.
But look how many points.
Smith from Chillicothe is your district champion. 17-1 is the final there at 132 pounds. The wrestling continues in the 5th place match between Boston Braun of Indian Valley and Quentin Marine of Miami Trace.
Got Bobby back up here. Bobby's having another great district tournament.
Yeah, that'll be next at 138. The championship match will be Bobby Buhite of Beaver Local against New Lexington's Tyson Spicer. More on that match in a moment. You're watching the 5th place match, which is still ongoing, between Boston Braun of Indian Valley, a freshman, who is trailing Quinton Marine of Miami Trace 4-1. With 35 seconds left to go in that match. We're live here at the Ohio Division II District Tournament at Steubenville's Crimson Center. The Ohio State Tournament coming up next week in Columbus. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Remember, the girls' tournament will be wrestled alongside the boys. Tomorrow, the girls will look to lock in spots at the state tournament, including the second-ranked wrestler in the state and the defending state champ from Steubenville, Talia Guntram, who is just outstanding.
Yeah, Talia's awesome, man. She's a hard worker. She puts in some hard time, just like these boys does. And gosh, I've been watching her battle with good boys for years, and she gets out there with girls, and it's just she's on a whole another level. And like I said last week, the best part about that situation is just, Talia's going to end up getting herself an awesome scholarship and go get herself a nice little education through all the hard work she's put in out here on the mat.
Big thanks to Electrico, an electrical contracting company, one of our sponsors for today's district tournament. Big thanks to our sponsors who allow us to bring you this great wrestling action here, back-to-back weekends, sectional and district. It's been a lot of fun so far, Smitty.
Yeah, Smitty's Floors is proud to be part of any wrestling that we can get out. And wrestling's one of those sports, it doesn't bring in a ton of revenue, but man, it's such a great fraternity of people and kids and hard work that it needs all the attention it can get for sure. So thanks to all the support by the sponsors and everybody watching and everybody here they're watching from the seats here. This Crimson Center looks awesome. Love watching. Oh, nice job by Spicer.
Yeah, Tyson Spicer, 46-4, a sophomore MVL champ. Bobby Buhite, the 3-time OVAC champion, is 36-3, and Bobby lost to Spicer in the district semis last year, 3-1.
Yeah, that was a good match, and it looks like it's going to be another great match. So I think those guys probably have only wrestled that one time. Spicer's a good wrestler. He's only what grade's he in?
Sophomore.
Yeah, he's a tough wrestler.
Was
nice
7th at 132 pounds as a freshman.
Yeah, Bobby's doing a good job. He's about to score this reverse. There it is. That's 2. That's 2. That is 2, ref. That is 2, ref.
So 2 for Bobby Buhite. It's 3-2. Spicer in front. 3-2.
Bobby needs to get a nice, clear cut right there, which he does. So now we're 4-2. Let's go back to the middle of the mat. Nothing's going to happen out there wrestling on the edge of the mat. He should literally just walk backwards right to the center of the mat. Because right now he's going to get in on that shot. Nothing's going to happen. It's just wasting energy.
Upper left-hand corner, the 3rd place matchup between Drayvon Searcy of Claymont and Marshall Lashley of the Cambridge Bobcats. Braun of Indian Valley wrestling for 5th against Gallia Academy's Warren for 5th place on the bottom left. 4-2 Spicer in front.
Nice shot attempt there by Bobby. It's a little bit too far away. Spicer now in a nice front headlock. Looking to go behind here. Bobby doing a good job controlling that elbow. Gets to it one leg. Ooh, nice little throw by attempt there by Spicer. Bobby ends up in an underhook. Nothing. Collar tie. Clears out. So we're going to go into the second period for 2 New Lex.
Lashley of Cambridge looking to secure some points, maybe a pin in that 3rd place match. On the upper left. It's 4-2 here in the championship. Spicer of New Lexington leading Bobby Buheit of Beaver Local.
Yeah, Bobby is pretty tough on top. Spicer, man, that was pretty big Spicer to get out there for sure. I think Bobby's really good on top. Now he's down 5-2. We need to take down and tie this thing up. Nice reshot attempt. Bobby in on a double leg, edge of the mat. It's a circle, pull that thing and circle back to the middle. You see the New Lex wrestler trying to get out. Bobby doing a good job. We'll run out of real estate. Hold on. Oh, man, if he could have got that back foot.
5-2 as they head back to the middle of the mat. Searcy leads that third place match, 6-4, headed to the third. Upper left.
Slide by attempt there by the New Lex wrestler. 1:16 left. Buheit needs to definitely get a takedown right here. Tie it up 5-5, and it's his choice in the third period. He'd be in the driver's seat. New Lex wrestler got to watch. He can call for stalling and back him out like that.
Buheit was 5th last year at 132 pounds, while Spicer went on to finish 7th at 132 after Spicer had defeated Buheit in those district semis down at Gallia Academy.
Yeah, you never know. Just back to that luck of the computer. Yeah, matchups, luck of the computer. I mean, it's just such a real thing. Like, you'd never, think that it's matchups and that makes any sense. And I'd never think it makes any sense unless I've been watching and coaching all these years. I mean, I've seen guys beat guys that I would never, ever have guessed, but it's just their body styles are different. The way they wrestle is different. So nothing. You can see New Lex. Spicer's doing a good job wrestling on the edge of the mat. Bobby really needs to focus on staying in the middle of the mat. It's a safe place to wrestle out there on the edge. You can see both these guys. You can see that's why a lot of wrestling matches don't take place in the middle of the mat. It's so much safer to wrestle out there on the edge. Somebody goes to attack, you can kind of circle out of bounds. But Spicer's better be really careful. You don't get called for stalling. There it is.
You got to really circle out now with the extended. With the rulers.
Yeah, you have to circle. You got to circle your butt back in. Yeah, just like that. You got to circle your butt back in. So 5-2. Period's over.
Headed to third.
2 seconds.
Lashley leads the third place match now 7-6.
So now Buheit's choice goes down 5-2. Bobby's a gamer. He's known all this match. Gets to his tripod, trying to get to his feet. Spicer got a little leg in there, keeps kicking down. Bobby all the way up to his feet. Needs to stay up, stay up, stay up, stay up. Look for that stall call. Boom. Okay, nice job. Up, stay up again. Needs to stay up, stay up. Spicer, nice mat return. That was huge. It's hard to stay up in that position. What he's trying to do is stay up for 5 seconds, stay up for 5 seconds. Ref probably would have hit Spicer for another stall call. Ooh, now he's got a cradle locked. Yikes. Yikes. I knew that was trouble. That's
Tyson Spicer of New Lexington.
He might get the fall.
He's got 4 so far.
He might get it. Oh, nice job, Bobby, fighting out of that. That was a tight cradle.
9-2. Lashley of Cambridge wins the third place match over Searcy of Claymont 11-6. We've got 45 seconds and rolling here.
Yeah, 28 seconds left. Spicer's wrestled this match pretty perfect. I'll be looking for that dump.
back to the middle, 16 seconds to go.
9-3, Bobby gets the escape. New Lex coach is telling the wrestler just nothing left. Oh, wait, did that for 9-6.
3 seconds, 2 seconds. It's over. And Tyson Spicer, 9-6, is your district champion. Also, a big thanks to Smitty's Floors, one of our 4 sponsors for bringing you this live wrestling action. Always a great sponsor, supporter of the sport of wrestling as we get set for Cooper Smith in the 144-pound championship matchup against Harrison Ratliff from New Lexington. 44-3 for Ratliff. Cooper at 39-5.
Yeah, Cooper's wrestling. He's right where he needs to be wrestling right now. He's very happy with his performances so far this postseason. He's had a good season. He's having fun. He loves wrestling with his team. And his team showed up, and they're wrestling. They're all wrestling tough, so kudos to the Steubenville Big Red team and coaching staff. All these boys, they put in some really hard work, lots of time.
Still leading the overall team standings as well.
So a little misdirection, a shot attempt by the New Lex wrestler. Cooper defends it pretty well. These two guys met up at the state tournament last year. Cooper won that match pretty handily. He pinned the New Lex wrestler in about 1 minute. But Ratliff had a good state tournament. He had a good district last year. So he's one of those guys you don't want to. His dad's the head coach, So
Ratliff placed 8th at 144, while Cooper was 6th. 2-time OVAC champion is Cooper Smith, ranked 2nd in the state, 144 pounds.
Ratliff so far doing a good job controlling the ties. Staying busy, keeping his feet moving. Ratliff's headgear looks like it busted up a little bit.
Hill of Cambridge and Edwards of John Glenn wrestling for 3rd on the left-hand side of your screen while we have a break in the action here. The championship matchup at 144 pounds. New Lexington's 3rd consecutive wrestler in the finals, Harrison Ratliff, taking on Cooper Smith of Big Red. 4 Big Red wrestlers in the championship. 6 have qualified for the state tournament.
Yeah, like that new Big Red singlet, that flashy red singlet, those guys. I think it's the first time they've wrestled in those things this year, if I'm not mistaken. So
Looking sharp.
looking sharp.
Big Red, a 3-point lead on Beaver Local in the team standings. New Lex is 3rd at 103.5 points. It's 30 points behind Big Red.
Yeah, Big Red's had a great tournament. The boys been feeding off each other really well.
Coop, the first of 4 Big Red wrestlers in the finals here.
Yeah, like I said, they've all really been feeding off each other and wrestling extremely well. And Ratliff's doing a good job. He's you can tell he's been studying Cooper's style, and good first period to the New Lex wrestler.
Scoreless as we head to the seconds. In this 144-pound championship matchup. We got a big rematch coming up at 150 after this match with Loudon Dixon of West Holmes and Jake Hughes of Beaver Local. That's coming up next.
Yeah, next 2 matches are 1 versus 2 in the state.
Yes, and of course at 157, Brody Suckotch against Colton Reedy of Sheridan at 157.
Yeah, it's about to get electric.
So if you're watching right now, you definitely don't want to turn away.
All right, so there's a Merkel who needs to get it to the mat. Get it to the mat. That's 2. That's 2, ref. So that's a Merkel. He's got the inside leg in. He's got the hip. He's on the arms. He needs to free that leg. Cooper's on our best strong spot wrestling like that. He wants to get his leg out. Out. There it is. He's got it out now. So now he can go to work. This is not where the New Lex wrestler wants to be. Last time Cooper wrestled him, he just Cooper turning pretty fast, but again, this new Lex wrestler knows he does not want to stay down on the mat with Cooper. If I had to say next period, he probably won't pick down either. Oh, that's a nice little Navy ride. Cooper got on the legs. Needs to keep it, but he looks like he's going to lose it. It's all right. It comes up to that tight waist. New Lex wrestler definitely wanting to wrestle over there in the safe zone to the edge of the mat. Probably going to call for stalling if you don't come to his belly. Can't stay flat.
43 seconds and counting in the second period. Now,
Let's circle that back in. Keep that foot in bounds. Cooper needs to keep. I just run him out of bounds here. All right, Cooper probably should go out of bounds. Just burning clock.
and now he's out. 24 seconds left in the second. 2-0. Cooper Smith in front of Harrison Ratliff in this 144-pound championship matchup.
Yeah, 24 seconds. Again, this new Lex wrestler is wrestling very good. He's done nothing but get better every match I've seen him wrestle the last 2 years.
Edwards leads that third place match against Hill out of Cambridge.
Got to watch. Cooper don't want to get called for stalling here, but also Ratliff don't want to give up backs here either.
8 seconds.
There's the one. Big point.
Escape 2-1 as we head to the third.
He's going down. Didn't expect that. But he's losing 2-1, so not a lot of choice here.
Smith leads 2-1 in this 144-pound championship.
Cooper goes to a claw ride there. Ratliff does a good job, gets to his feet. Cooper's going to let him go. It's a 2-2 here. Anybody's match. Ratliff can't ask for a better position to have himself in there than 2-2 starting the third period.
All even up.
Cooper needs to stay on those fakes. So keep circling. Butt to the line.
Down to 110.
110, okay, nice. Ah, man, that's almost a flea. Fleeing. That's almost a flea.
Big Red coaches want to talk. Ian Whittington and Lucas Huffman.
Yeah, I think that was a flea in the mat, but we don't want to win like that.
2-2. Less than a minute to go.
Nothing.
What a battle.
Wow.
22 seconds.
These guys are wrestling.
How about that sequence right there?
That was put his dad on the edge of his seat.
That's right. 14 seconds, 2-2. We are headed to extra wrestling for the 144-pound championship between Harrison Ratliff and Cooper Smith. A minute on the clock.
Ratliff hit on his shot. His head's buried on the mat. Going to probably get a stalemate here.
And that's exactly what has happened here. 42 seconds to go. Neutral, here we go. .27 seconds and rolling here in overtime. It's the shot.
There it is.
Turns it.
Oh, nice match.
Cooper Smith in overtime.
Nice match.
District champion 5-2 over
Man.
Harrison Ratliff.
Too close for comfort right there.
What a battle. And you can now breathe.
Man.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next
How about
is
the effort by
That
Ratliff
was
to hang
awesome.
in there?
That was
Wow.
awesome. Ratliff has been doing his homework, man.
Let's look at it again. Here's the replay of the match.
Man. Yeah, that was a little Merkel. That's how Cooper scored.
Early.
Started down, got to Merkel. And then right here, just, man, this is a dogfight. He got to that hip, stepped up to his back. Nice job.
So 5-2, Cooper Smith.
150-pound championship match will feature West Holmes, Loudon, Dixon.
It's rematch time at 150 pounds. Rematch from the sectional final, an overtime match that was won by Loudon Dixon of West Holmes. He takes on Beaver local freshman Jake Hughes. Hughes 43-4, Dixon 47-5. Two of the top guys in the state at 150 pounds.
Yeah, Jake just got to get his offense going more. He didn't have enough offense that first match. And Dixon didn't take a shot until the third period. Something to remember. Not one shot in the first or second period. So Jake's got to get busy. Yeah, that was an exciting match for everybody else but myself, for sure. I hope
As
all
the
fans enjoy
dad,
that.
a little too close for comfort.
Man, that was just the Ratliff boy wrestled really, really, really well, man. He could have won that match more than once. So good job for Cooper stepping it up, and good job of Ratliff for.
Well, Cooper was in a little bit of trouble there. Was able to.
Man, I don't know how he got out of that one scramble. That was pretty awesome for sure. That was a scramble of scrambles. So these boys, they're so tough. They're so athletic. They got so much mat time in, and that right there is just that's from those 1,000 matches that he's got underneath his belt. And same thing with both these guys. These guys between the two of them got 2,000 wrestling matches between them. I mean, that is just. It just, the mat awareness that you have, you know every square inch, you know every position, you know every feel. It's a great sport.
Third place match, upper left, is a Stout of Claymont against Inboden of Athens, a former standout at Parkersburg High School, wrestling for third.
So, man, Dixon, he loves that underhook. As you can see, digs that underhook. Has Jake's head buried underneath. First period's about to end. We're just like the first match. These guys both feeling each other out. 0-0.
10 seconds and rolling here. They head out of bounds with 8 seconds to go. Might have a pin for the fifth place match. Not yet. First period over.
0-0.
Second period of this 150-pound championship matchup. It was a 3-2 win in the sectional final for Loudon Dixon over Jake Hughes. They're scoreless here as we head to the second. Dixon 47 wins on the season. Hughes 43 as a freshman. An OVAC champion.
Yeah, Jake's going to be he's going to be a contender to win the state championship every year, which is pretty awesome. And nice deep half, tight waist on Dixon. Dixon keeps coming up to the tripod. Now taking a claw on that far side. Doing a good job. Nice ride. I wish so much that riding time was still a thing in high school. I think you should totally get points for riding, guys. I mean, to get not rewarded for riding such good wrestlers, I just don't agree with
college,
that.
College, it's
college, it's a thing, you know.
Yeah.
But one guy said, well, it's hard enough to get a couple people to work the table. Now you got to get one more guy to work. I'm like, all right, I get that.
1-0 right now. Dixon in front of Hughes. Second period of the 150-pound championship. Don't go anywhere. This one's really good. Up next at 157, we got 1 versus 2 in the state as well. We got Brody Suckoch of Steubenville, Colton Reedy of Sheridan, the much anticipated.
Ooh, that's a nice shot. That was a nice shot. Nice setup, nice shot. Needs to stay on the mat. Man, Dixon's hard to score on. Watch how tough this is for him, Jake, to finish this. Dixon, with his hips, he's so strong. Okay. Okay, now he needs to get to his butt. It's that position where, as a wrestler, you want to sit. Yep, sit. Keep sitting. He might finish this. Now he wants to get that left foot. Kick it out. Yep, kick it out. Get ready to turn into him. Yep, get that shoulder through. He's going to score. He's going to score.
Right now, down 1-0.
He's going to score. He's in good position. He's in real good. Oh, my gosh, Dixon's tough. He's going to get, oh, my gosh. Is that? No. Yes. Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
5 seconds.
Man,
So
that's just high level.
That's
That's high level wrestling right there. Just have to be able to finish so clean and quick. You know, the longer he took to finish at, the less likely he was going to finish at. You have to finish really fast against high level guys.
Headed to the third, 1-0. Dixon in front. Can Hughes get out here, even things up? Maybe 1-1.
Yeah, he won't ride Jake out for sure. These guys are so even.
Might see each other next weekend as well in Columbus.
Yeah, a lot bigger arena.
Yeah, there you go.
So
1-1.
Now again, remember, Dixon hasn't taken one shot. He didn't take one shot till the third period last time, so wouldn't be surprised you start seeing him fire off a couple shots here.
They went overtime last week.
It's like chess out there, man. Just hand fighting, changing levels.
They know each other quite well.
Yeah, these guys have definitely shared a wrestling room or two before, in the off season and freestyle season. And Dixon's stalking him. Dixon's definitely on the prowl. He's controlling the center of the mat. Jake's definitely got to keep circling. He doesn't want to give up a silly stall call. He did give up a stall call last match. It seemed like he wrestled a little bit different after that. So 53 seconds left. Now Dixon's backing up. Nice circle back in by Dixon. Nice job. We got 44 seconds.
Still tied up at 1. Third place match is tied at 1 as well. Between Stout and Inboden. .32 seconds and counting. 150-pound championship on the line. We're tied at 1. Loudon Dixon and Jake Hughes squaring off for the second consecutive weekend.
There's a shot. It's the first shot of the day by Dixon. You see how tough he is, man. Look, he doesn't shoot. That's his first shot.
14 seconds.
You got to watch that limp arm. He's got a good limp arm. Jake, okay, scrambles. He ain't going to. All right, so Jake's in good position.
4 seconds.
We're going to overtime.
Again. It was so fun last week. Let's do it again. Overtime.
Yep.
Dixon and Hughes. This time, a district championship on the line.
from 106 to 144 to mat 3. First through 6th place placers.
Minute on the clock.
First place coaches to mat 3.
Yeah, Jake should be looking for a reshot off of Dixon's shots. Best time to beat a good wrestler is just after he takes a shot, you stuff it. Down to 30 seconds.
Some cheering for that third place match.
Dixon on a deep shot. He's there. That's 3. There it is.
There it is. Loudon Dixon, for the second consecutive week, wins a championship here at the Crimson Center over Jacobs, the freshman, in overtime, 4-1.
Dixon's a good wrestler.
And at the
Jake
same time,
Hughes is a great wrestler. Loudon Dixon, great wrestler. Those guys will be right back in the state finals doing it again. And, you know, just don't count Jake Hughes out. He's going to go back to the drawing board, and that's just more for the Mad Tank.
maybe third time's the charm, we'll see.
Right.
Camden Stout of Claymont, the freshman, won that third place match at about the same time this one wrapped up in championship action. A look again at this last matchup on the replay as we get set for the 157-pound championship after we do awards here, as we will be
Check out this sweet
getting the
red
podium
runner.
out.
You see that? Oh, okay, here we go. That was the takedown.
At the end.
Now, you check out this sweet red runner. Compliments of Smitty's floors.
Oh, look at
Yep,
that.
looks like Hollywood.
Roll out the red carpet.
That's nicer than the red carpet in Hollywood. That has an attached pad. That's some nice red carpet. We're going to class this joint up. That's classy.
Get it all stretched out there. They're going to
Big Red knows how to do it.
turn the podium around. There we go. They're going to have the place winners through 144 pounds, I believe, introduced here. At the Ohio Division II District Championship here at the Crimson Center in Steubenville. Steubenville in front of the team race by 7 points over Beaver Local with 137. New Lexington in third, Miami Trace in fourth, Indian Valley in fifth, West Holmes sixth, Claymont seventh, Carrollton eighth, Minerva and Logan Elm rounding out the top 10. As we get set for the individual awards through 144 pounds. Look there at the hardware that'll be handed out afterwards. District champion and district runner-up. After the awards, we got the much-anticipated 157-pound championship. 1 versus 2, Brody Suckotch, Colton Reedy.
Yeah, these guys wrestled last year at districts. Brody controlled the match. I think he won by 4 or 5, but controlled the whole entire match. But Colton went to the state tournament, finished third, had a great state tournament. He beat Mitchell Younger. So Colton Reedy can wrestle.
Going to be going in the Navy to wrestle. 5th place at 106 of Maysville. 4th place, Vince Coleman. There he is of the Zanesville Blue Devils. What a great run he has had here in this tournament, the sectional and the district, headed to the state.
Yeah, I can't remember if he made it last year or not. I can't remember that, but kudos to him, man.
Sawyer Broadwater in third. Your runner-up, Bodie Raymond of Indian Valley, and Justice Fisher of Beaver Local, your 106-pound champion, about to be introduced to the crowd here inside the Crimson Center. Justice Fisher, your champion at 106 pounds. A look at some of the highlights at 106 pounds for Justice Fisher over Bodie Raymond, a 6-4 decision. It was a rematch of the sectional championship a week before as well, so Fisher has won back-to-back weeks. Heads to state as a district champion. Up next will be the 113 pound. Nash Edwards finished in 6th from Claymont. New Lexington James Sharp is 5th. He is a state alternate as the 5th place finisher.
In 3rd place, Logan Elms, Dawson Hudson. Runner-up, Indian Valley's Bronco Braun.
4th place, Cole Harvey of Steubenville. 3rd place, Dawson Hudson of Logan Elm. Your runner-up, Bronco Braun of Indian Valley. It's Kill Loudermilk, your champion at 113 pounds. Loudermilk, your champion, to the top step of the podium.
Looks good up there.
And he was a winner in his championship matchup against Braun, 12-6. So we take a look at a few of his highlights in that championship matchup.
Kudos to Sean Crozier down there running another awesome district tournament. Just helping. There's so many. You're only as good as your team, man. They're the volunteered staff here at Big Red and the Crozier family, man. Sean Smith and just what a great crew, man. These guys know how to run some events.
In 5th place, Claymont's Daniel McGar. Headed to Columbus in 4th place.
120 pound. Ben Counts of Athens was 6th. Daniel McGar of Claymont, the alternate, at 120 pounds. West Holmes Peyton Martin in 3rd. Lyric Dickerson of Miami Trace. Christian Eccles of East Liverpool is the runner-up. And an impressive freshman from Sheridan, Maddox Lehman, your district champion at 120 pounds.
Well, he got that Ohio State shirt on. He keeps wrestling like he does. And he might have some official gear from the Scarlet and Gray one day, man, because those are the kind of guys they look for right there. Winning district tournaments as a freshman.
He was dominating here as well. A major decision, 13-0.
Yeah, he'll find himself on the radar real soon.
If not already.
Yes.
Now we'll meet the top 6 at 126 pounds.
You know who was a 4-time district champ? Rick Crozier. 4-time district champ.
4 times.
Yeah, man. That's not easy to do.
No.
All-American Ohio State, or at West Liberty, blah, blah, blah. So kudos to Rick Crozier.
Super regionals today, I believe, for West Liberty.
Yeah. That was a good weight class right there.
Yes. Yeah, we're at 126 here.
That's a good weight class.
You had Balin Rose of Cambridge 6th, Warren in 5th, Niall Abiel 4th, Matthias Stuckey of Miami Trace in 3rd, Carter Abella of May runner-up, and Vinton County's Travis Bucklew. An impressive championship victory at 156 pounds. Major
smart
decision.
Wrestler. Yeah, smart wrestler.
Bucklew the winner, 15-7. We look at some of the highlights from that 126-pound championship matchup.
Yeah, he wrestled a smart match. Hard to score on. That's what it takes to win at that level.
Up next, the 132-pound weight class.
132-pound weight class up next.
In 5th place, Miami Trace's Quentin Marine.
At 132, Boston Braun Indian Valley was in 6th. Quentin Marine of Miami Trace in 5th.
3rd place, Logan Elms, Gavin Hoover.
Noah Keene of Cambridge 4th. Gavin Hoover, Logan Elm finished in 3rd. Hunter Hinkle of New Lexington, your runner-up. And Chillicothe, Cannon Smith, your champion at 132 pounds. And it was a dominating victory on the scoreboard. Tech Fall 17-1.
Yeah. That's how you do it.
So Chillicothe represented on the top step of the podium here at the district championship.
Thank you, gentlemen. Up next is the
138-pound weight class. Now to be recognized, the top 6. Aiden Braun of Indian Valley, your 6th place finisher. Gallia Academy's Evan Warren is your state runner-up, the the alternate that is, as the 5th place finisher.
Fourth place,
Drayvon Searcy of Claymont is 4th.
Third place, Cambridge's Marshall Lachley.
Marshall Lachley in 3rd.
Runner-up, Beaver Local.
Won his match 11-6. Bobby Buheit, Beaver Local, your district runner-up.
138-pound champion.
And the champion.
Presented by New Lexington coach Ratliff Tyson
Spicer. That was an impressive victory as well.
Yeah, just another smart match. I mean, for him being a sophomore, he wrestles extremely smart. Got great mat awareness. And Bobby Buheit's a great wrestler. So those guys, I'm sure they'll reconnect.
9-6 was the score in that one. Remember, Buheit had scored late. Spicer got off to a good start to pick up the victory at 138 pounds.
Thank you, gentlemen. Up next is the
144 pound weight class.
If I wasn't Cooper's dad, I'd say, man, what an exciting match that was. That was that kept everybody. I don't know how he did. I don't know how he got out of that last takedown. I thought he was dead.
He was in trouble.
He was in some big trouble. I don't know how he got out. He must have had a shoelace.
Your place winners:
44-pound runner-up from New Lexington, Harrison Ratliff.
Wyatt Warren, Jason Sivey, Mason Hill, Owen Edwards, Harrison Ratliff, and the champion, Lucas Huffman, will present the award to Cooper Smith, an overtime winner. And the 144-pound championship gets the bracket.
Well, we were overtime loser last year, so listen, overtime winner, I'll take it. Listen, we're on the other side, so.
And to look at some of the highlights from the championship match, remember he scored early.
Yeah, he scored early on the reversal, and then
here in overtime, the takedown.
You know, you see, I mean, man, he tried to step over, and that was exciting. That was exciting for the fans. So
it was exciting for everyone except the dad.
You know, but you gotta love wrestling, man. The kid that Cooper beat just asked, "Hey, where's your dad at?" And he pointed up here at me, and I just gave him the old, you know. I love this sport, man. It's such great sportsmanship, and like those two talking to each other, man, over there. I mean, wrestling is just such a respect thing, and that's why you should never go. You should always stay humble and you know, and respect who you wrestle, and just you never want to be a cocky guy. Because I tell you what, man, as soon as you start getting cocky in this sport, you run across somebody that's just gonna smack you around.
Here we go, Brody Suckoch, Colton Reedy, 1 versus 2 in the state. Both wrestlers 39-0. Rematch of the district final last year, won by Brody Suckoch. Suckoch, of course, won a state championship. He is a 3-time OVAC champion. Headed to Purdue. Colton Reedy headed to the Naval Academy.
Yeah, this is going to be good stuff. Look at the builds on these guys. 2 different builds, 2 different physiques. Brody very tall, very lanky. Brody's strong as an off. Colton Reedy, you can see, you know, he's got some big old thighs. He's thick, big old shoulders. He's a tank.
Here we go.
Try to talk everybody through this match, but I mean, really just going to sit back and enjoy it and watch these 2 high-level wrestlers wrestle. Oh, nice little arm drag attempt by Brody.
Back to the center.
So Brody really hasn't had anybody push him this whole entire season. I mean, this truly is going to be the first wrestler of the whole season to give Brody a push. You know, this guy's ranked number 2 in the state. And so glad to see Brody finally getting a match, and I'm sure he is too. You don't want to go out there and beat everybody up like he's been doing all season. But he's at that level, and that's what it's all about. And I know Brody's a gamer. He loves this situation.
17-2 tech fall to get to the final. Reedy 20-0, 20-9 major decision. And
1:06 left. Both guys firing off shots. Nobody's really getting deep on a shot. Suckoch in the all black Big Red singlet. Reedy in the white, red, and scarlet gray. Ooh, nice shot by Suckoch. Ooh, that's 3. That's 3. That is 3. Okay.
Brody strikes first.
Now right there, you got to watch Brody. Don't want to lock hands as he's climbing up. Nice single. Nice job.
Trying to get him back onto the mat. But 3-0. Brody Suckoch with the lead here with 30 seconds to go in the opening period. 3 for the takedown.
Nice job. 30 seconds. His first move on top by Brody. Reedy gets to his feet. There's the 1.
3-1.
Nice job by Reedy. He's trying to get that little stall call. Shoots Brody out of bounds. Brody does an awesome job circling back in. You have to be so aware of that situation now. You don't want to give up those early stall calls. So we're 3-1. Down to 10 seconds left to go in this first period. Brody looking for his little short arm drags. He loves those drags. Circles his butt back. Nice job. Nice re-attack.
So 3-1 as we head to the second period of this showdown at 157 pounds between the top 2 wrestlers in the state of Ohio in Division II. Last year's state champion Brody Suckoch against Colton Reedy of the Sheridan Generals.
Yeah, Reedy finished third.
Third at 150 last year.
The weight class was loaded.
A 4-time MVL champion. That is rare as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he's been a special guy for these coaches. You only get guys like Suckoch and Reedy, through your program. Man, you don't get that year in and year out. So both these coaches, coaches, staff, schools, everybody's going to miss these 2 wrestlers. Nice shot. It's a nice deep shot.
And it's
Brody's
3-2 right now.
Hard to score on. Nice job. He's on a split. He's on a little shin wizard. Ooh.
Go out. It's 3-2.
I'm surprised they didn't let him wrestle a little bit longer on that. Minute 32. So that was Colton's first time really getting in on a really deep shot on Suckoch. Got in on his right leg.
Nearing a minute to go in the second period.
There's that shot again. Warning on Suckoch. Stall warning. Back to that shin wizard again. Nothing. That's the second time he's got on that leg.
So back to the center. 58 seconds to go in the second period. Brody Suckoch, the early takedown, has the lead now. 3-2 on Colton Reedy. Reedy, 2-time state placer. Brody, a 3-time state placer, including last year's state championship.
Yeah, the run Brody went on last year was incredible. He not that he's not worked for it this year, but last year he really had to work for it. Man, he beat, I think 3 or 4 state champs to win his own state championship. So, man, that's the 3rd time Colton's got in on that shot. Man, Brody just needs to keep circling left. He's got to get his attacks going. Because Reedy's now that he's found that shot, he's not going to stop taking it.
See the clock, 13 seconds and counting in the second period.
Yeah, Brody don't want to get called for stalling at any point. Because his next stall call is going to tie it up. 3-3.
Second period is over. We go to the third. It's 3-2.
He's going to put him neutral. Yeah, he's putting him neutral. 4-2.
He will, yes. 4-2. Brody Suckoch in front.
Good call by Colton. Man, there he is. He's looking for that same leg. He's not going to stop attacking that right leg. He's found something. He's going to stay on it. Brody has to keep circling. He's got to keep circling. He's got it. Good job. Nice job. Up, up, up. Head up. Nice job. He's got to keep circling. I mean, 1 point's only, I guess the stall call's not going to really kill him. It's going to be 4-3, but he can't back it up. Your best offense your best defense is a good offense. So Brody, he's got to find a way to keep attacking. I can hear his dad yelling, "Get one!" That's what he needs. He needs to get some insurance, re-attacks. That's a nice re-attack. You don't want to be backing out of that. He needs to keep circling. Took a shot, circle. Nice job. Russell Smart, feet and hips. Wants to just keep driving those hips into him. Ran out of real estate. Got a minute left to go.
Big difference last year to this year. Last year, a takedown with Tyus. This year, a takedown, give Reedy the lead.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to sit. Brody does not want to sit back. Reedy's going to keep coming on that right leg. Again, you see how Brody's just doing his little fakes. There's a little attacks that takes Colton off his game. That's what he wants to do. Brody wants to keep certain.
Headgear. So 56 seconds left. The third place match featuring Spencer out of Morgan and Bays out of John Glenn. Our championship match at 157 pounds. Brody Sokoch leading Colton Reedy 4-2.
Oh, nice re-attack for Brody. Nice job. That's what he wants to do. At least stay on those re-attacks. Don't want to give up those silly stall calls right here. Oh, nice job. That's how you wrestle right there. Nice job.
Circled around.
Yep, and re-attacked. Nobody can say about that.
39 seconds.
Circle. Yep. Oh, there it is.
Nope.
Okay. It doesn't really matter. It's 4-3.
4-3.
Doesn't really matter. Takedown would win anything anyway.
28 seconds.
Whoa. Wow.
They give Reedy the three.
Wow.
6-4, 11 seconds left. (39-0) versus 39-0. 1 versus 2 in the state. Reedy's number 2.
Let him go. Make it 6-5.
Needs it.
Next, Reedy hasn't got a call for nothing. Oh my God! That's the game of Brody Sokoch is. Nothing. That's 3. Oh, wow. That's the game of Brody Sokoch is.
Wow.
10 seconds left to go. That'll be a good one for next week.
No doubt about it.
They're not going to give him that.
Ian Whittington's talking it over, but
here's a good
Colton
example
Reedy.
of some poor third place finisher. That's going to be your second place finisher. You know,
Yeah.
like that's a bad draw. You know, so those guys will.
It's official, and Colton Reedy, district champ, 6-5. And we'll see you in Columbus.
Yeah.
Outstanding match.
Yeah, outstanding match. That's no harm, no foul. Brody Sokoch, both those guys went up in the state finals next week, and now it's going to be that much more exciting.
Here's again some replays of the match. Brody scored first on the takedown to go up 3-0.
Yeah, I just feel like really got in on that leg a couple of times and just. Brody's going to have to make that adjustment, of which I know that he will, and next week's a new ball game. Good wrestling.
165-pound championship rematch of last week's sectional final. Evan Hours, Beaver Local, was a 10-4 winner over Ethan Llewellyn of Steubenville. Llewellyn 39-11. Beat his old teammate Gavin Pinal in the semis via pin. Two-time state qualifier. Evan Hours 39-6. An overtime win in the semis, ranked 6th in the state. He is a sophomore.
Yeah, his brother Logan Hours, great standout wrestler. Went to Wyoming to wrestle and couldn't continue his wrestling career out there. Just some injuries and such, man. But after living his best life, still goes, still lives in Wyoming and doing awesome. And there's his little brother Evan Hours, who's really put some good definition on from last year. He's a strong guy. He lives in the weight room. Ooh, you see right there, just blowing through. So
scores early, 3-0.
Yeah, great tournament for Llewellyn. Definitely was questioning if he was going to be able to get out of this district, and awesome to see him make it all the way out here to the district finals and be a state qualifier.
So a 3-0 lead for Evan Hours.
He's got an arm bar on the left side. Now he's got a half on that far side. He's got Llewellyn flat.
Now 22 seconds to go in this first period. Big Red still with that 7-point lead on Beaver Local in the team chase for the district championship.
Yeah, this is a big match for that. Beaver's choice. Hours is going to go down.
Stansbury of East Liverpool and Dietrich of Minerva, your third place match on the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And Pinal of Creek and Kaiser of Athens wrestling for 5th and 6th on the bottom left. With Evan Hours leading this championship matchup against Ethan Llewellyn 3-0. 165 pounds.
Llewellyn got a leg in. Potentially dangerous, but I can stop that. Still got that leg in, one arch. Llewellyn's is a pinner, so you can't count him out ever. Now he's got double boots in. Yeah, this is a big match for team points. Head to head.
A head-to-head matchup with Steubenville leading by
cradle.
7.
That's the cradle that he had locked up on Pinal, pinned him in, but it's too loose. He lost it.
Got the reverse, and it's reversal 5-0. .52 seconds and rolling here in the second period clock.
Now we're 5-0. 35 seconds left. Wrestlers are built extremely different from each other. Llewellyn's a small, really small 65. He actually, like I said last week, he's really a 57-pounder, but just he can't beat Brody naturally, and so he wrestles 65. He almost thought he could make 50 this year, but couldn't do it per weight certification. So he's given up. He's always given up a lot of weight. You can really see it. He's a lot smaller than ours.
Final seconds of the second period, 5-1 your score, with Hours leading Llewellyn. Head coach Johnny McComas. Upper right corner of your championship screen there.
Okay, Llewellyn goes top. I like that call. He's 5-1. It's his best position, is top. If he's going to win this match, it's probably going to be from the fall. He's looking for a boot. Gets a boot in. Got to keep his hip up. He's looking power half and arching. Got Llewellyn flat, or he's got Hours flat. Down to minute 24. Hours got to watch holding another arm down there. He'll get called for stalling. Looking for that cradle again. Just got to take his time with it. Forces the boot back in. Loses it. Hours gets to his feet. Looks like he's going to get out.
6-1.
Shot with his head down.
So breaking the action here with 43 seconds to go in the third. It's 9-1. Hours leading Llewellyn. Kaiser defeats Pinal in the 5th place match on the bottom left. Upper left. Dietrich and Minerva leading Stansbury 8-2.
So 40 seconds, 9-1. Llewellyn try to get to his feet. So all of our matches have lived up to the hype for sure. Those were some exciting matches, all the way up through 144, 150, 157.
Oh, no doubt. Quite a run there.
I don't know how. I'm trying to think how fans can see any live from the state tournament. I'm wondering if.
That'll do it right there. 9-1. Evan Hours, your district champ, over Ethan Llewellyn of Steubenville. And that'll be big in the team race as well.
Yeah. Might put him pretty close to even.
A couple replays of this last championship match at 165 pounds.
Ethan got a little high on that cradle right there. That's how he got the reversal. Hours. So yeah, we're getting ready to get a little break in the action. Talk about our new school of wrestling starting.
Oh, absolutely. It's starting Wednesday, right?
Next Wednesday, you finally get enough attention here in this great sport of wrestling that, really, if you want to be good, great, it's a sport, you have to do it at least one day a week all year round. You got to fit it into your baseball schedule. You got to keep drilling, and we're going to start on Wednesday. We're going to do every Wednesday for the next 3 months. We're going to be down there 6 to 7:30, $10 drop-in fee, and
nice.
Yeah, it's Sportatorium, the Smitty School of Wrestling. So we have lots of fun.
Just
man.
down the road from here.
Just right here on 4th Street, 148 South 4th. And you just reach out to me at my carpet store, and I can give you the details. But again, next Wednesday, 6 to 7:30, and we'll be there the next 3 months. And we'll definitely have some really good camps this year. Peyton Hall will be coming in for some camps. Ty Waters, Ty McGeary, Jacob Bailey. We have
big time
guys, all American, man, at the highest level, and just good role models. That's the other good thing. Those kids are good kids, man. So.
Aiden Strawler, the Warren Warriors. He's an OVAC champion. He will wrestle. He's 51-1 against Ethan Monroe of Miami Trace, a pair of seniors in the 175-pound championship matchup here in the district finals.
We'll see Steubenville veterans Landon Crozier.
Landon Crozier will wrestle for a third. He had that big win to punch his ticket to state earlier this afternoon. Strawler, 121 career pins.
Right in that shot, man.
Placed 7th at the state. as a sophomore, and scores early here, 3-0.
Yeah, where's the other wrestler from on the bottom?
Miami Trace.
Miami Trace.
Ironically, that is the school Steubenville Big Red boys basketball will be playing tomorrow in Athens in the district championship.
Okay.
Undefeated Miami Trace.
Wow. Tough to go all season with no losses in that sport. Any sport, but basketball. There's a lot of basketball games. But I tell you what, Big Red has a nice basketball team for sure.
No doubt about that. Here is Strahler leading 3-0. Let's go 3-1 now.
He's all attacks. I love that. Jeez. Ooh, that was a nice mat return. He could have slammed him, but he didn't.
6-1.
Smart.
Strahler's also been an OHSA wrestling official. He can officiate wrestling. Done it for 3 years now.
That's good. There's a lack in every sport of officials. So I think you only have to be 4. He's going to get a fall here.
He's working it.
He's going to get it.
50 seconds still to go in the first. Aiden Strahler, senior, the Warren Warriors, an OVAC champion.
Yeah, as I was saying, you only got to be 14 now to be a referee in a lot of different sports. Wrestling, basketball. So any little young entrepreneur, it's so much opportunity in refereeing because of the lack of referees in the world. There's that fall.
That'll do it.
I was deep. I knew that guy wasn't getting out of that.
Aiden Strahler.
He's a tough wrestler.
Warren Warriors, OVAC champion, now a district champion, now 52-1 on the season.
Kudos.
With the pin. The 2 mats on each side still going. Right there is, on the screen, your third place matchup. Landon Crozier of Steubenville, leading 5-0.
Okay, we'll commentate his match a little bit. Get the elbow in the back, looking for this tilt. Got to get his hip up. He's got to get his hip up. He's not in good position. Roll through, a big roll through. You better go a big roll through. This is not good.
Westfall's Eli Wright is a freshman.
Oh, mamma mia. Okay, head up. Head up. Good job. Okay, got out of that. That could have been bad. So, scores 5-1. Crozier. 1 minute left to go, second period. And oh my gosh, hips up. He needs to get his hips up. Man, he's left field. Man, those guys covered a lot of ground right there. No points. We're neutral.
Crozier beat Cole Porter of West Holmes to punch his ticket to state in the previous round. It was Porter who beat Crozier in the sectional final last week.
I think he just hit him with the flying squirrel. No, Crozier wrestling, looking athletic like he does on a football field out there. Hey, he don't always do that on the wrestling mat. But oh my gosh. These guys are throwing each other around.
5.
Oh my gosh. It's 5-4.
Late second
period.
my
gosh, no, he got a bunch of backs.
He did. This is the third place matchup. Landon Crozier.
It's 8-5.
Eli Wright. 8-5. Now Wright takes the lead late second period. Bradley Barr of Indian Valley and Porter of West Holmes are wrestling for the 5th place spots on mat number 3.
So we can go to the third period. It's 8-5. Red's going neutral. Interesting choice. Red likes he's a throw guy. Ooh, nice attack off the wood from Crozier. Gets extended a little bit. This wrestler here likes to do this little gator roll underneath. Tried in the first period.
In the third period right now, it's 1:50 on the clock. Third place match. after we saw Aiden Strawler of Warren pin his opponent to win the 175-pound district championship. 190-pound championship will be next with Kane Curran of Beaver Local and Zach James of Chillicothe.
Crozier fighting off his back. He's in good position for a second. You got to find a way to get to his belly. Good job. He gets to his belly.
14-5. With Wright out of Westfall leading now.
Yeah, he was losing.
Match.
He
was down 5-0.
Yeah, scored 15 points.
Certainly had a lot of movement here in this match for a while.
Well, this is when Landon likes to start wrestling sometimes, so maybe he's going to have a big burst right here. 45 seconds left to go. It's all right. Caution.
.44 seconds, 15-5. Wright over Crozier in this third place match.
Oh, Nelson. Oh, man. Yeah, he threw that one. He threw that for Nelson and owned it. So 15-6. Crozier gets to his feet. Wrestler drops. But you need to let go of that head. Why did he grab the head like that?
Wright, an impressive freshman out of Westfall.
He's tough.
.11 seconds. Still counted down. 7 seconds. So Wright or Westfall, strong finish, going to win that third place matchup. 15-6. Again, thanks so much to our sponsors who have helped bring you this live district championship wrestling. Another one of our great supporters, Diamond One Construction, serving the entire Ohio Valley area. Thanks again to Diamond One Construction. You've seen their logo rotating at the bottom of your screen. As we get set for the 190-pound championship matchup. Beaver Locals, Kane Curran. We saw him in the sectional final last weekend. Was a runner-up in the section, but here he is wrestling for a district championship against Chillicothe's Zach James. 38 wins on the year for the wrestler from Chillicothe.
Like those blue and white Chillicothe singlets. Those are sharp.
The Cavaliers.
Beaver Local in our quick Russian. Yeah, if I remember right, the Beaver Local wrestler last match got really tired at the last end of the match. So hopefully he's worked on his conditioning and he can get some.
Luke McMillian beat him 14-6 in the sectional final.
Ooh, from Creek?
From Creek.
Man, that's tough for Luke to swallow probably right there. He's wrestling over on a fifth place match. You never know, man. A week, you never know. So again, maybe this Beaver Local wrestler really dug deep and must have worked really hard in the wrestling room this week.
McMillian in the fifth place match against Nichols from Gallia Academy. The third place matchup, Schwartz from Philo against McCluggage of West Holmes. That's on the upper left corner of your screen. We're scoreless here in the 190-pound championship matchup.
Beaver Local's behind him, though. He just needs to get him back to the mat to get this three. Yeah, nice job getting the sips out. Come Come up with it. He needs to come all the way up. Oh, okay. It's nice, kind of. He needs to get it out of their foot. You get a stalemate. He needs to elevate his head. Head up, back straight right here. No, stalemate.
25 seconds left
That's a stalemate.
in this first period. Yep. So back to the center of the map, 20 seconds to go in the first period. Kane Curran, a Beaver local. And Zach James of Chillicothe.
His friend headlock. Ooh, throws it by. Nice job, Beaver. Ooh. 3. Oh, he was so
Time up.
close. Yep. Reaction time.
So close. They want to talk about it.
Beaver local unhappy. Just his hand did touch the mat. That's what they're getting you with the reaction time.
So we go to the second period, still scoreless in a 190-pound championship matchup. Kane was 7th at the OVAC this year, 2nd at the Hopple tournament, 1st at Cambridge, 2nd at the Buckeye 8.
Gets to his feet. Chillicothe, I thought he had a cradle there for a second.
Still scoreless.
Yeah, he really needs to get an escape here. Minute 13 seconds. Don't want to get rode out when you get to pick choice and go down. Last thing you want to do is get ridden out.
One minute.
Nothing. 50 seconds left. There's the stall call.
Strawler's match went so fast before, I never got a chance to continue our conversation about, Peyton Keller was the Warren wrestler who was just outstanding.
Yeah, All-American last year, wrestled this year at Penn State at the National High School Coaches Association All-Star match, I do believe they call that. And actually, I think he wrestled tough, actually. He wrestled a Penn State kid, got beat maybe 6-2, 6-4. He's wrestling at the highest level.
That All-Star match, Peyton Hall won an All-Star match there too. Penn State this year.
Yeah,
There
Penn
we go,
State's
2 points.
always dominating.
2 points. Kane Curran.
Okay, up 3-0.
3-0. Outstanding linebacker for Mike McKenzie's football squad as well, leading this match 3-1. One of the finalists, actually 2-time finalists for our Defensive Player of the Year award at the High School Football Award Show. We got 11 seconds left in this second period.
We're going to third period, 3-2. But again, he was a sectional runner-up last week, so having himself in a position where he's about to win a district title, very impressive.
See if he can hold on here, up 3-2 as the third period begins.
Yeah, probably not good for Big Red.
In that team race.
Yeah, getting this win, if they get this win here. looking to make it tough. So now actually it's 3-2. It's only 3-1. They had a wrong score up.
Okay. Steubenville leads by 2 points. Entering this match.
Wow.
137.5 to 135.5.
Oh, he needs to lower his level. Keep his legs for a minute. He looks to slide by. He's going to get this. There it is. Nice job.
Curran adds to the lead. It's 6-2 with a minute to go in the third. What a difference a week makes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's wrestling really good. And his condition looks a lot better. Oh, he's ooh.
Kane Curran, the pin to win the district championship. How about that?
Man, that's exciting.
You go from sectional runner-up to district champion on the same mat, all within a week of each other.
That's impressive.
And that is big for the Beavers in that team race as well, with 2 championship matches to go. We get set for 215 pounds. Tri-Valley's Logan McClellan going up against the guy we saw win a sectional title here last week, Smitty, Jackson Bircher of Indian Valley.
Very impressive. He's an athlete.
Of course, we mentioned it last week, a big-time standout on that state championship football team for the Braves.
This guy's wrestling as a horse. Big guy.
McClellan, 41-8, a sectional champ and MVL champion. It's Kingham Valley League. Bircher, an IVC champion, now 44-3 on the season. 4th last year at the state tournament in Division II. Headed to Wheeling University.
Yeah, Wheeling's really been building a good little program back up for football and getting their wrestling program back up. Both these guys feeling each other out, not doing not much, just staying there in their collar tie.
Scoreless here, midway through the first.
Okay, you got a corner, but ran out of real estate.
.53 seconds, and we go in this 215-pound championship matchup.
About to maybe get a takedown. No, ran out of real estate again. There's a stall call. Best thing could have happened to Green.
Head back to the middle of the mat, still scoreless.
Oh, turning the corner is Tri-Valley. Indian Valley looking to come out, pop his head out now. Push on down on the knee. Parking, push his head down. He push his knee down and pop his head out. He's splitting the legs, but he's got to get his head out. His head's too trapped. Okay, that's good. Settle. Boom. Nice job.
Jackson Bircher up 6-0. Headed to the second. A couple of updates from the Division III District Championship that were taking place at Coshocton. Locally, we had 4 champions. Gunnar Gossett won at 144 from Union Local. Aiden King, 7-4 win at 165. Of course, Aiden King, one of the best wrestlers in the state, regardless of class. He beats Tyson Clear out of Malvern, who's really good as well. Heinz Ford beat Brody Perzanowski in overtime at 175, 3-2. Brody out of Union Local, of course, Heinz Ford of Barnesville, and Noah McKibben of Harrison Central a winner at 2:15. Knox McKibben of Harrison a winner at 2:15.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. That's a good showing by a bunch of Valley guys. So
Waynedale dominated the team race with Garraway also in the mix.
Waynedale has a nice program.
I believe Big Red wrestled them at the Park Duels.
Yeah.
We're in the second period, 7-0. Jackson Bircher in front.
Ooh, he's looking to get him to the mat. If he just get him down, and get the 3. Oh, he pulled the headgear. He's got headgear. Ref missed that one, man. He had a handful of headgear.
Beaver Local has the team lead now, 141.5. They're 4 points ahead of Steubenville after the big pin by Kane Curran to win at 190. Of course, we'll see Bo Hudson of Steubenville in the heavyweight championship here after this match.
Yeah, Bo's having a good season.
Fifth place match continuing on your left of your screen. As it's now 10-0, Jackson Bircher in control. But here's some points for McClellan at Tri-Valley on the reversal, 10-2. $18 seconds to go in the second period. Jackson Bircher headed to Wheeling University, leading this 10-2. Fourth at state last year at 2:15.
Ooh, that's trouble.
Ooh. Bircher gets right back.
To punch that arm under. Right
and
there.
the time comes to an end. The points do come. 2 points. 14-2. Two minutes on the clock, third period. Jackson Bircher
dominating,
14-2. Of course, we saw him all over the field for that undefeated Indian Valley Braves football state championship squad this past fall. He will be a big loss for that team, but there are a lot of guys back as well.
Yeah, they got a great program. And there's the 3 right there. Match over.
17-2. Pick fall, that'll wrap it up. 17-2, district champion. It's Jackson Bircher for Chris Barr's Indian Valley Braves. A dominating performance for Jackson Bircher as the fifth place match to our right continues in overtime. Renner of Maysville going up against Vinton County's Kirkendall. It's 1-1 as we await the final championship match at 285 pounds. It's been a lot of fun here, Smitty.
It's been good districts, man. That's exciting stuff. You know, it's a stepping stone the next week, and it's so amazing when you get to the Schottenstein, what it does to you mentally, you know, as far as like just
such
being
a big stage.
Man, being in front of those people. Then they have the coolest tunnel that you walk down. It's a black, it's a black carpeted tunnel, black curtains, and up on the wall they get all the 3- and 4-time state champs. And I'll throw a shout out to Mike. You know who's in that wall? Who's in there? Codavia.
Oh yes,
3-time state champion. You local heavyweight, man. It's not easy getting into that hallway. And Codavia's up there forever. You know, Carl Hoppel, one of the first 3 times. Exciting stuff. So that's and then when you get to the end of the tunnel, you know, and I warned Cooper about this. You know, you get to the end of the tunnel, and you're in all that black, and then you get to the tunnel, and this guy shakes your hand and says, "Welcome to the Ohio State tournament, congratulations," and then you walk out, and boom, man, like. I know these football. I couldn't imagine like these football stars walking out in front of 100,000 people.
And all eyes are on you.
Yeah, man, how exciting! And but you gotta block that stuff out and know and just focus on what's in front of you, and that's it, because it's just a different ball game, and there's a lot on the line. And it's the last weekend. There's no more practice. You got to think about going to practice the following week.
Right. Renner in front of this fifth place match, 3-2 over Kirkendall. And we'll wrap it up. So before we get set for the championship match, also want to give a big thanks to IBEW, Local Union 246, for your support of bringing these Ohio District Wrestling Championships to you, streaming live on our YouTube channel, Facebook page, our app, and our website, both this weekend and last weekend with the sectional tournament. Bo Hudson, Steubenville Big Red, he was a sectional champion last week. He's now in the finals here at a couple of real close matches. His first two, was able to get through. Hatcher from Minerva, Sabaton in the championship for the Minerva Lions.
Yeah, matches are always tight at heavyweight. It's all about coming out and just getting your arm raised, for sure. See how electric this match can get, our last match of the day.
Bo's first two matches, a 3-2 win and then a 3-1 overtime win, then dominated in the semis to advance to the championship round. His opponent from Minerva was the sectional champion at the Claymont sectional.
Hey, he likes that Russian tie on the far side. He's probably just looking to bring that down to the mat. Notice heavyweights don't shoot too often.
Isaac Prescott of Beaver Local wrestling for third on the top left against Green out of Logan Elm.
Getting back to that Russian for the Minerva wrestler.
Scoreless here. 44 seconds and rolling in this first period. The final championship match in the district tournament here at Steubenville.
Yeah, thanks to WTV9 for putting this on. I'm sure all the fans at home are appreciating this, and can go back on and watch some replays from these matches back on you guys' YouTube channel. That's good stuff, because there were some exciting matches. You can break it down and
check it out on YouTube. The whole thing will be there.
I'm getting some text messages from guys. Hey, I think that was 2 or 3 at the end, Brody. I mean, it's just one of those things in wrestling. You can't leave it in the hands of the ref, man, because those close calls, they don't go your way all the time. So, got to be leaving that in the hands of the referee for sure, and got to score lots of points. But that is going to be some exciting wrestling up at the state tournament next week. I'm excited. What a perfect tournament that thing is that they put on. I mean, if they tell you you're wrestling at 212, you're wrestling at 212.
Yeah. Not a minute sooner, not a minute later.
No, I'm like, how did they do that? They're psychic. I said, there's a fine line between psychic and smart for sure. Those guys are just smart and running that tournament. Back to good volunteers and table workers. You got the same table workers up there every year in, year out.
Scoreless here in this championship match at 285.
Yeah, watch Bo don't get called for. I thought he didn't call for. Oh, okay. He had a hold of that hand. I thought they didn't call for stalling.
Scoreless back to the middle of the mat, second period, 117 to go in the period. Still looking for our first points of this matchup. Again, Beaver Local, 4-point lead on Steubenville entering this final championship matchup in that team race. As of now, it was the big pin by Kane Kern at 190.
Yeah, that
to
was
get the
the
Beavers
electric.
in front.
That was the electric O pin right there. That guy didn't spend too much time on the mats this tournament. He'll be nice and fresh for next week. He may look too easy. This wrestler's got Bo flat, even though it's 0-0. Bo's probably gonna give up a stall call here real soon. He's got to come up. Ooh. Working for a crossface cradle.
15 seconds. Will they be saved by the bell? Eight seconds.
Got to his base. That was good. Oh, shoot.
On his back.
Yeah.
Minerva Lions, will they have a district champ? Well, time runs out, but he gets some points. 3 points. 17, and it's 3-0.
Minerva's going top. Coaches are like shaking their head. Didn't understand why he took top, but this is his match. Bo gets to his feet. Bo has the arm over the head, but he can't hold on to that wrist like that. Got to get that knee slide, that leg up.
A third place match is tied at 1. A minute to go in the third. That's at the top left.
Ooh, nice crossface.
Bo Hudson, one of 6 Steubenville wrestlers to head to the state tournament next weekend in Columbus.
Yeah, that's impressive. 6 kids off one team. That's good stuff. Oh, man, Bo. You almost need to keep turning, Bo. Keep turning. Big turn. Yeah. I feel like he had enough momentum. He could have kept turning into him.
About a minute left in the 285-pound championship matchup. Isaac Prescott in the third place match scores late. And how about Bo Hudson?
Oh,
Boom!
my gosh! Now, what's that do to team race?
We will see it real soon. Oh my goodness, Bo Hudson, the pin to win.
I looked away for a second over at Prescott, and the next thing you know, Bo Hudson's on top.
Because Prescott scored late, he wins 4-1. And I'm sure we'll look at it again as Bo Hudson is your district champ at 285 pounds. Here it is, Smitty. Look at the replay of this last match.
Bo doesn't look in good position. He's not in good position. Oh boy, he hook and rolled him. We call that the big boy roll. He big boy rolled him. Mike Blackburn taught him that. That's slick. That's where it's at right there. Kudos to Coach Mike Blackburn. I know where that move came from.
And the celebration
I know
is
where
on.
that move came from.
Oh my goodness gracious. Bo Hudson, district champion.
Show me this team race.
Yeah, let's get the updated numbers here once they update the bracket.
This is where it comes down to any of your
Because
coaches.
Prescott also with a big win in third place for Beaver Local at the same time that Hudson gets the pin.
That might have sealed it. That's going to be tough. But
And they literally happened at the same time.
Yeah.
We glanced over to the left, and Hudson,
He did the electric
the
O.
big pin.
The electric O.
Wow.
Big pin of the day. The last match. The last electric O pin of the day comes from Bo Hudson. Oh, man. He should give Dave a call. I bet you Dave would take him out to eat.
Again, a shout out to our sponsors who brought you all this action, allowed us to bring all the action to you live here the last 2 weekends. Diamond One, IBEW, 246 Electrico, and of course, Smitty's Floors.
That's right, man. We had some good sponsors again this week, just like we did last week, and can't bring it to you if you don't have those sponsorship.
So big thanks there, and we wrap up what was a exciting championship round with a wild.
Oh my gosh!
Wild.
It's a tie.
It's tie.
It's a tie. I just seen Lucas throw up the fingers and say it's a tie. How cool was that? Beaver Local and Steubenville. Wow. That's what I was going to say. Like, if you had one of your coaches maybe speak out of turn to a ref and cost yourself a team point,
right?
That's why you keep your mouth shut and don't argue with the refs, because this is where that really stings. But I think Coach Whittington was a good boy today.
Yes,
and
he
didn't
was.
yell at no refs and didn't cost us no team points. So it's going to stay a tie.
We're going to be meeting the individual winners before they do the team trophies. It'll be the 150-pounders through 285. That's where we'll be meeting. I see Mike Blackburn down there at the table. He's got to be smiling year to year after Bo Hudson pulled that move for the pin.
Yes. Any success from the heavyweights really stems down from Coach Blackburn, man. He is a good, tough heavyweight wrestler, man. He was an All-American at Baldwin Wallace and just awesome person. You know, that guy was a head coach all those years for Tyreek and just Bronco and all those tough guys. And he didn't, you know, he might step down for head coach, but, man, he's still in there every day, volunteering his time, loves the sport. Great guy.
150-pound. There's Bo Hudson after the big win at heavyweight via pin. 150-pound, sixth place.
Headed to Columbus at 150.
Maysville's Caleb Monlux. Malachi McCullough of Washington Courthouse was in fifth as the alternate to go to state. Simon and Bowden of Athens headed to state, fourth place finisher. Camden Stout of Claymont was in third. Your runner-up at 150, Jake Hughes. And the champion of 150, Loudon Dixon of West Holmes. Again, Dixon and Hughes did not disappoint in their rematch, did they, Smitty?
No, just, man. So, you know, hey, somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose, and it was Dixon's day again, man.
Team race, it is a tie. 143.5 for Beaver Local, 143.5 for Steubenville.
That's awesome.
Remember going to that heavyweight match as we look at replays of Dixon with the win.
Yes, so Bowersock, who was that?
It was a
heavyweight from Beaver Local, was his name?
Isaac Prescott.
Yeah, Prescott, man. He don't get that win. But both of them, you know, they both win at the same time to tie. That's so cool.
Because Beaver Local had 141.5 to Big Red's 137. It was a 4-point difference going into heavyweight.
Okay, that's awesome, man.
And we had the two matches end simultaneously, which land us in the tie. Right now, we want to talk about the 157-pound place winners. The alternate at state, Hunter McCluggage of West Holmes, he finished in fifth. Dominic Bates of West Holmes, or John Glenn in fourth. Bradley Spencer of Morgan in third. Your runner-up, Brody Suckonch of Steubenville, and the champion from Sheridan, now 40-0, Colton Reedy. And yes, those two guys we will very likely see maybe against each other here at the state meeting. This is the replay here of the match. Brody with the early takedown to take that lead against Reedy. But it was late where eventually Reedy would have the lead in that late sequence there in the match.
I mean, hats off to Reedy. Wrestled tough as nails, and I hope he knows what he's got coming for him next week. Man, I'm mad Brody Suckonch is I hate seeing him lose, but that guy, I just feel for his tech. He's going to come out. He will be firing off more shorts against Colton next week for sure. I can guarantee you that.
165 pounds. Gavin Pinal finished in sixth. Luke Kaiser, the alternate to state, in fifth at 165. Luke Kaiser of Athens. Damon Stansberry of East Liverpool finished in fourth. Hunter Dietrich of Minerva finished in third. Ethan Llewellyn, your runner-up from Big Red, and the champion, Evan Hours from the Beaver local Beavers. Ours a victory made 9-1.
Yeah, nice tournament.
As we look at some of his highlights from the championship matchup, these two met for the second consecutive week. Ours winning again.
Yeah, 3 out of the 4, state qualifiers there, Valley guys. So I love seeing that.
Next up, the 175-pound
Up next is the 175-pound
weight class. Bradley Barr finished in 6th. Cole Porter of West Holmes will be your state alternate at 175, finishing in 5th. Landon Crozier, state bound, finished 4th at 175. The freshman Eli Wright from Westfall finishing in 3rd. Runner-up at 175, Ethan Monroe of Miami Trace. And via pin, your champion at 175, also an OVAC champion, Aiden Strawler of the Warren Warriors.
Yeah, great tournament. He walked through it. Like he's walking on that nice red carpet.
A look again as he wins via pin to take the top spot at 175 pounds. Gets sent for the 190-pound. Top 6 coming up. Finishing in 6th place, Connor Nichols of Gaia Academy. Luke McMillian of Indian Creek won the 5th place match to become the state alternate 1-0. So McMillian, your state alternate. 4th place, Camden McCluggage of West Holmes. Philo is a Gibson Schwartz winning the 3rd place match. The runner-up, Zach James of Chillicothe. And that pin we saw from Beaver local, Kane Curran, your district champion. So a lot of big moments late, Smitty, between Beaver local and Steubenville in their respective matches, which helped get us to the tie in the team race.
Yeah, your guy that gets second at sectionals wins the districts. He really, everybody got to come through. One of the coolest stories I know of, like team championships, Bobby Douglas is the only guy to ever coach a team to an NCAA Division I championship without an NCAA champ. For Arizona State, they were national champs and they didn't have one national champ, but you know what they had? One heck of a solid team.
Deep.
So that's what it takes. You got to have a deep team to win championships.
215 pounds coming in at 6th place from Benton County, Roy Kirkendall.
215 pounds, top 6 included Roy Kirkendall of Vinton County in 6th. Maysville's Cade Renner, the state alternate, at 215. Philo's Dakota Kinney places 4th. Waverly's Alex Oliver in 3rd. Runner-up at 215, Tri-Valley's Logan McClellan. And a dominating performance at 215 for the championship. Chris Barr will present the award to his senior wrestler, Jackson Bircher. First a sectional champ, now a district champ, heading back to state. Well, he'll look to improve on last year's 4th place finish at 215 pounds. And Bircher, no shortage of points to take the top spot at 215 pounds here this afternoon at the Crimson Center.
Bo Hudson, he's still probably on cloud 9 after his electric
He's over there talking with
pin.
Isaac Prescott.
His electric pin, man. He came out of nowhere. He said, I got one more big guy roll left. He hit it perfect.
6th place at 285 was Miami Trace and Josh McGraw. Jackson's Grant Kennedy, 285. The 5th place, Connor Green of Logan Elm. 3rd place, Isaac Prescott, who had that late score and picked up the win at 3rd place.
Your 285-pound district champion,
Hatcher Sabatin, the runner-up, and there's Bo Hudson.
Still smiling.
What a tournament for Bo. Hudson takes the hardware from Lucas Huffman, gets the bracket, which included two tight wins early. It shows you how tight it can be, the margin of the way things turn out. He had a 3-2 win and then an overtime win the first 2 rounds. Here's again the pin. You got to look at it one more time.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's when he was the guy caught in the cradle is what that is. And then he hit the roll. He hit it to perfection. Oh, my man, that's awesome.
What a way to finish the day.
That's so awesome.
Unbelievable.
Hey, that's how his team won that, shared in that title.
So they end up in a tie. They're going to hand out a team trophy. I guess, one's going to say district runner-up, one says district champion, but you might have to order an extra district champion trophy now.
Chainsaw out. Cut that thing right down the middle.
Sharpie? No.
Cut it right down the middle.
Yeah, there you go.
Half goes to Columbiana County, and half goes to Jefferson County.
Unbelievable finish to things here as they end up in a tie. 143.5 points each. Beaver Local and Steubenville tied for the team lead. Sean Crozier with the hardware. This will just hand out one big, hand out the one trophy and take one big picture together, I'd say.
Yep.
That was pretty exciting. A tie for the team championship at the district tournament.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good job, both Ohio Valley squads.
Here is the trophy being handed over.
They need to get all those boys in there.
Get them all together.
One big. Look at that. They are going to. That's awesome. Love that.
Let's get all the guys together. Beaver
Those guys
Local
are all friends, man.
and Steubenville.
Those guys are all friends, man.
Sean Crozier just ran to get the other trophy. Looks like he's going to pick up the championship trophy there and bring it over. It's a pretty cool moment here as these two OVAC rivals share the district team championship. As they present the hardware. Sean Crozier, great tournament run here once again. And they pose together as district team champions. And yeah,
awesome.
what a great finish to get us to that point where the two teams share the district championship. Well, Smitty, that's going to wrap up our broadcast of the Ohio Division II District Championships here
all right,
inside
man.
the
I'll
Crimson
say it
Center.
again.
What do you think?
All those guys who want to get to that next level like you see these guys doing, you got to put time in all year round. One day a week, whatever. And the Smitty School of Wrestling, man, track me down at Smitty's Floors. I'll tell you about it, but we'll be every Wednesday for the next 3 months, 6 to 7:30.
Smitty's Floors, Electric Go, IBEW, Local 246, Diamond One Construction. Thanks for your support to help bring everyone here the district championship tournament at Steubenville High School. For our entire hardworking crew who has been here all day long to bring you the streams earlier in the day and, of course, the championship stream. Thanks so much for that hard work. And, of course, my partner, Smitty, Mike Smith. I'm Rob Metzger. Thanks so much for watching the Ohio Division II District Championships from the Crimson Center in Steubenville. Up next, it is state tournament time. Headed to the Shot in Columbus.
That's the real deal place right there.
Have a great night.